The game of poker was once described as hours of boredom punctuated by moments of sheer terror, but the man who said that had never played a mystery bounty. My name is David Lavin, I'm alongside James Dempsey, and this is the Merit Poker Dolce Vita series live from the fabulous Merit Casino Hotel and Resort in beautiful Kyrenia, North Cyprus. Day one of the festival's live stream coverage is about to get underway with final day action from the $1,650 mystery bounty event. James, please get us up to speed. How many players entered this one? How many remain? Are we in the bounty phase yet? And if so, what's the biggest bounty?
Wait a second. So you didn't join me for dinner because you were busy prepping. That was the prep, was it? This whole speech.
Some people
this
do
spiel.
prep, James. Some
I
people.
mean, wow. I'm.
Some people feel less secure in their jobs.
I mean, you gave me goosebumps for a second, you know. But yeah, it is mystery bounty. We're both in the money and in the bounties. Day two, everyone, the 2 day ones, 15% of the field progressing from each one. They now merge. And yeah, interesting, the first prize of this tournament in terms of the prize proportion of it is $26,000, but the largest bounty, 30K. So the biggest bounty is bigger than the first prize of the tournament, which is kind of fun. And as we were sort of suggesting before we came on air, it'd be interesting to see when that goes, because it could really skew how play goes on. But yeah, everyone guaranteed $1,000 from the prize pool, 1,200 the min bounty, climbing up to what the big ones being 4 10Ks, a 17K, a 20K, and that 30K. And there they are, the envelopes. Oh, look at this. Look at the Joker trophy. I like that.
Very nice.
I like that.
Yeah, from the 1650 prize pool, 800 going into the mystery bounty, slightly more than goes into the payout, so that's probably the reason for that small discrepancy.
Right.
One very big adjustment these guys are going to make, and I'm sure there's lots of you at home who've played mystery bounties in the past, but it's kind of going to be carnage while those big ones are still available. It just changes the math hugely on these all-in situations. Sometimes you actually end up in compulsory all-in and called blind v blind spots.
Right. Let's have a look. I mean, what's our first feature table? And got a first look at the blinds. This structure, we'll see, making the money, meaning that we're coming back with blinds at 3K, 6K, and actually there's quite a lot of chips at play on this table with that in mind. The shortest stack being Attila in seat 5 is already folded with 77,000, so 13 blinds for him. But obviously, at this stage of the tournament, we've made the money. Suddenly, the bounties are worth so much more than the prize pool that, you know, those 13 big blind stacks don't really get any folded with you, do they?
No, just the opportunity to spike that 30K right away, having really progressed not very deeply into the money. At the moment, these guys getting, what, about 1K, I think?
1K, yeah.
So it's a big difference.
Jack 7-7 board. Kolatuik opening from the hijack, getting Suds to defend in the big, and these two still pretty deep.
Yeah, two of our regulars here in the Merit Poker Room. These guys will be well used to each other. As predicted there, Sad not going to get too sticky there with the King 5. And what a beautiful set. Let's take an opportunity. Look at that. The lemons and the flowers.
It has a zesty freshness.
It really does.
I had a lemon cocktail last night, so maybe I knew. I don't know what it was, but
Tell me more.
it was some sort of lemon liqueur and very sharp, refreshing drink.
Do you fancy yourself as a cocktail connoisseur?
No. Is that not the answer you were looking for? Were you looking for?
Well, in the sense that commentary is a very yes and sort of medium, that does leave me in a bit of a cul-de-sac, but yeah.
Sorry, it's day one. It's coming to you guys late start today.
Sarakoglu all in here as well. He should be with these pocket eights.
Yeah, and the 13 big blind stack, here we go. So, David, I have to confess, I don't even know what the starting stack was in this tournament, but some of these guys would have worked out the value of a bounty in terms of chip equity, and I imagine it's anyone's getting the price to call here, really. Obviously, assuming you're closing the action.
Yeah, this is when it's going to get much more interesting, is what sort of hands do they have in the small and big blind. And 10-6 is pretty rubbish, but here's the crucial part.
Right.
This is literally the only guy he covers at the table, so it is an opportunity to spike a bounty.
Yeah, kind of with that in mind, maybe a little, again, not sure the exact chip value. Maybe I can work that out now. Maybe that's something I could have done instead of eating food, you know?
Yeah.
Don't yeah me.
So action on Gavish here now with an interesting sort of holding again in the context of this mystery bounty. Ace at 5 off under the gun. He just let it go. My prediction is for carnage here, but honestly, the more I've played these tournaments, and they've been around for a few years, this particular format, people don't really adjust to be loose enough. That would be my major observation, I suppose. I think I've played maybe a dozen or so of these mystery bounties, and I've probably made it to this phase where we're in the bounties half of those times, something in that region. So yeah, not a huge amount of experience, nor does anybody, but it does feel as though as a default people don't get loose enough.
Kind of surprising. Samavati then queen 10-0 in the small hand that you would imagine, you know, kind of just likes to jam anyway, and in this format can certainly get called by a lot worse.
Yeah, these guys virtually the same stack, which is interesting.
Oh, wow. I suspect, yeah, Samavati covers by a chip. Wow.
Yeah, which really does make it a sort of a compulsory shove, to be honest, in my book. But what I would say is this is exactly one of those spots. This should have been a shove and a call. Now it's gone limp. It should probably be a shove from Sarakoglu. If he can get this through, then he now covers Samavati. And this is one of the really important extra strategic points. You have to be hyper aware of who you cover and who covers you at all times. So there's a lot of assessing stack sizes around you.
Yeah, very curious that he didn't take that. And imagine if he had, he probably would have got called, right? We would have seen this all in, but as it is, we see a 7-5-4 flop, and Samavati with a tough tail to try and rep too much on this board. Interesting. Sort of tease that we were going to see.
Here's my read on what just happened there. Because Samavati's meant to shove so many hands, I feel as though it felt like a trap to the other guy, and that's why he got paralyzed.
I would have felt trapped there for sure, because well, he's not really supposed to have a limp, right? And people do things that they're not supposed to do. It's more often traps than not.
So this is a 4-table tournament right now. 3 outer tables. We will be switching them in and out. But I would expect we get to 24 pretty quickly. Don't know if that entails a redraw, because obviously we only came back with 34. Sometimes they won't bother. 18, I'm sure they will.
Right, 8-handed, I believe. So it would be.
Or so 16.
Yeah, we came back with 30, so yeah, maybe it wouldn't make sense to redraw 24, but yeah, maybe there is at 16. Who knows?
Yeah, I like when common sense prevails in those spots with tournament directors sort of thinking, look, you've been mixed around already. You've only played an hour at this table. I don't really mind you playing another hour. The function of redraws, of course, is to just try and be fair to everybody, that the player pool gets mixed about, but it's going to be pretty rapid stuff here, I feel. You see Ghassan open to 13k here with the suited Queen Jack. Round we go to Sarakoglu, who could rejam this one, although +2, fairly early position. He may feel a little bit spooked here and maybe instead just lets it go. Yeah, I think on balance I like that. I'm somewhat surprised so far, but you know, it's just the way it goes sometimes, not to see the sort of big all-in shoves,
Right.
and then people faced with these more interesting, with the extra equity out there, call spots.
Obviously, Dolce Vita partnership between Merit and the Imperium Milan, bringing down 200 to 250 players, I gather.
Amazing.
Hence the Italian flair. They're very well represented here normally. You know, the Imperium always sends a lot of players down here. But nice to see the kind of fully their kind of series, the Dolce Vita.
Yeah, absolutely. I must try and make my way to the Imperium at some point. The flight to Milan from where I live in Malta, probably just about an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes. Might be a nice place to visit. Quite like Milan anyway. I go to Bergamo a little bit on holidays.
Yeah, there we go. Be rude not to.
Rude not to.
Who doesn't like Milan? Who's been to Milan and gone, not for me? Maybe the inhabitants of Huddersfield.
Okay, battle of the early positions here, potentially. I didn't think that one was going to be played. Gassan opening the ace-2 suited, which actually is a great open. A lot of people will look at the kicker and go, oh, that's not great, but you want to have board coverage here, and these suited wheel aces really do provide that, and you know, you can kind of open them from any seat, basically. So we see action folded all the way around to Klotchuk, who is our covering stack, I think, of everybody at the table. So he's going to peel here with the 8-4 suited, try and make something happen. Just some backdoors, not a lot, but Gassan won't be loving this flop either.
Yeah, pretty ugly looking one, isn't it? But
maybe you got to just fire once here,
Yeah.
just your best chance of taking this one down. Hope that indeed your opponent is flatting fairly wide and hasn't connected with this Jack-10 texture in particular.
So, mystery bounty players, we just got the very first mystery bounty taken. And let's try.
I hear wonderful Mobutus in the background. It sounds like the first envelope has been secured.
And listen out for this, actually, guys, in the background. Again, especially, I'm sure, again, a lot of you have played mystery bounties in the past. You probably know how it goes down. But this is going to be the other component to this. We're going to be watching the cards play out. We're going to be analysing the strategy in the hands. But actually, what we're also going to be very keenly aware of is, are these big bounties being pulled, and is that sort of changing the game? Because if they don't get pulled and we only see the small ones get pulled early on, it becomes an increasing factor. Obviously, if we see one of the big ones go, it actually becomes a lot less of a factor.
Okay, so a minimum draw, 1,200. That's the minimum we draw. I don't know if you guys at home could hear that clearly enough, just in the background. This is where everyone else in the tournament is very happy. Congratulations, sir. You won 1,200. We're thrilled for you. Every bounty now going up a little bit more in value.
Yeah, so bounty's worth around about 5k or so at the start. And now they're going to fluctuate somewhat from that point. Lots of guerrilla mats take place in
Yeah, so
these situations.
you're saying a bounty's worth about 5k a pop, and we're looking at, it was 800 going to the prize pool, so what's that, like 6?
How much?
So is that 6 times half a starting, or a little bit more than half a starting stack is the chip value, I guess?
Yeah, you basically want to add... Let's work this out.
So we're saying 5,000 is the value, right?
Yeah.
I know 800 went to the prize pool, so it's 6.25 bounties per. It was 15% paid, right? So it must be higher.
Yeah,
It must be a little higher, yeah.
tiny bit higher.
How much?
Okay, so C-bet here from Menekinen, who I think quite rightly has fired on this one. He's got some backdoors here, and a sticky call from R with some backdoors of his own, more backdoors in fact, and one of them materializing somewhat in the form of the 5 of hearts on the turn. And wow, just all of us. So
There we go.
right back at you here, and actually really tough spots. Obviously, if you had the overpairs or maybe the good Jack X, you're going to have to call them off here. But if you were, you know, even pocket 9s wouldn't be loving life right now.
Yeah.
Facing that overbet.
Nice pickup. Yeah, so bounty's worth $5,300
Okay, thank you.
approximately. So we need to times that by what, like 30,000 starting stack, slightly weighted more towards the prize pool. So rough guess times by like 17. So like a bounty's worth somewhere in the realm of 4 starting stacks.
I was going to say maybe 3 and a little bit, but that could be,
Yeah.
you could be closer there. I would have added maybe, I think it was a 30k starting stack in this tournament, so maybe you know, adding about 90k would have been in my mind. I would always have a kind of a pushback on that, is that there's some
The future
some
equity.
future equity that if you do want to take a very cuspy spot, you're basically maybe going to pick up the bounty, which is nice, but you're going to demolish your stack in some worlds, and that's going to change what you can do around here. What you really want to think is that if there's some abusively large stack, they can start considering all spots like that.
Right.
Speaking of abusively large, the ace-king now in the hand of side.
5 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass.
Certainly hoping for some action here. Looking to induce from +1. And Gassan with 25 bigs here. King 9, it's a pesky one, it's got to be said. You sort of maybe just keep it in there as the one of the worst of your fine defense here, facing a 2.5x. It's, yeah, I don't know, it's very cuspy.
Yeah, I'm going to go with keeping it at like, I think it's closer to 4, but I like the idea of like 100k as a benchmark here because of what exactly you're saying, like the future game equity, maybe. That's where I think I might have rest my mind on this one, which is interesting because we see these, you know, sub 100k stacks that are shoving, and suddenly you're looking at, well, hang on a second, I'm getting more than 2 to 1, and it's...
Yeah, no, and this is why what I meant by like that Queen 10, King 7 hand, it becomes virtually compulsory to just go with the hand like that. Like actually for chips, it kind of almost is anyway.
Right, the chips
but now it becomes so clear.
But interestingly, those spots where maybe you've got Queen 10 offsuit in the small blind and you're covered by 1,000 chips. Now suddenly, you know, you can't, I guess, jam as liberally from the small, right? Because you're going to be incentivized to be called off. Now maybe you do with Queen 10 because you expect to be called by worse.
Unless he was inducing, it was a limp trap.
Right.
Which actually also makes some sense there because you could.
No, he was the cover in this instance, so I guess you're not tracking. But yeah, some fascinating stuff pops up. So counterintuitive to normal tournament poker, right, where we value tournament life so much and survival and avoidance.
Yeah, at the moment these guys obviously only have you know, small min caches locked up, and the bounty average is pretty much the number you're going to look at. It's going to creep up if we see some small ones. So you know, the opportunity to take that average bounty is just so massive in the overall context of your equity in this tournament right now. It's why we should see probably a lot looser, a lot crazier poker than we've seen so far.
Right.
7, raise 7.
It's not often we say that here at Merit.
No, true.
We haven't seen enough action. But also we haven't seen that many hands outside of the Queen 10, King 7 that really surprised us. Sometimes the cards just don't cooperate, but...
No, I suppose everybody sort of sitting with 15 bigs or more. I think we might have had 1 13 big blind stack, but everyone else has sort of stacks that can just open. So we're not in that really shallow stacked mystery bounty thing where it is kind of shoving wide calls. You see there, Saeed doesn't decide to let go the 6-3 off. King 9 from the cutoff gets the job done. Colatiuk up to 227k now. And we mentioned there the backdrop, obviously the lemons and the, you know, faux porcelain Italian tiles or whatever they are. You walk into the room, you always kind of descend the staircase here at the Merit Poker Room in Crystal Cove, and you're usually confronted with some beautiful little bit of, you know, artwork at the stage, or, you know, a good spot for a photo op actually.
Yeah.
And I think there's a little Vespa, and there's...
It looks pretty striking. I see it.
Very good.
Back in their case, we have gone up. So obviously we finished day 1 once the players have reached the money, the final 15%. So they've come back. They had a few minutes of that 3K, 6K. We're now playing 4K, 8K. And thus, suddenly, even more pressure on these short stacks with that inducement of players calling behind, which obviously makes this Jackson offsuit far less appetizing. Gavish here, same thing, this ace-7 offsuit for Oh, he's going to play them again. Just in these bounty tournaments, feels like he's a huge target on your back.
Yeah, certainly more people covering him than he covers. He might only cover one person behind here, so it is a little risky. Gassan here with an interesting opportunity maybe to sort of shove with hypothetically some fold equity, and also then, you know, gets to take a shot at somebody with 2 overcards for a bounty. This is an interesting spot actually.
He does.
Going to take it to the streets by the looks of things here with a little cheeky button call.
Yeah, I wonder if there's an avenue there for sort of the small 3-bet kind of commit against the short stack and fold up behind. And obviously Samavati being short in the big. Look at this side, not missing a trick. In here with the queen deuce suited from the small, just thinks, hey, look, there's a short stack in here.
Yeah.
There's potentially, if I call here, potentially there's another short stack in here in Samavati. And maybe I can pick up 2 bounties in this one.
Yeah, Saeed covering everybody here, loves to be just involved in this spot. A tricky one there. You'd love to have gotten involved with a lot of hands actually, but the 5 deuce is really just napkins.
So then, 9-8-7 flop. Gavish won't know it, but way the best of it
3 check.
on this board.
6 check.
Yeah, not a comfortable spot here for bottom pair.
Hassan checking back the button now. It's funny, it's one of these boards where everyone looks at this board and thinks, well, someone's got to have some of this.
Yeah,
6 check.
might just end up going to showdown here.
Yeah.
We might not see a chip go in this spot.
Wow, the ball getting even richer.
I wonder if Saeed will just decide he could take a stab here. Now, it is a bit dark tunnely because obviously someone might be out there with a jack, but you're basically just repping a jack and hoping they don't have it.
Yeah. Gavish.
6 check.
So Gassan
Yeah,
has to act, has the opportunity to do the same thing, but decides just not really very likely someone doesn't have something. And wow, Gavish, what a lovely pickup when he would have been just looking at all the overcards and the straight draw possible.
He tried to fold it 3 times. He checked the fold 3 times, ends up winning a pot. And perhaps more dangerous though, obviously exposed opening that A7 offsuit from +1 off the short stack of this band tournament. But maybe a factor of obviously at the time I was somewhat critical of it, but the big blind having just 7 or 8 blinds,
Yeah.
suddenly it makes a lot more sense.
It does make a lot more sense. To give him credit, I'm sure he was well aware of that as well. So yeah,
Mulbutas in the background. What do we hear? I want to see Mulbutas. I want to see these envelopes getting open, David.
can we send a camera? We have one roving cameraman there, the chap in green cap. Can we send him down to Milbudas instead? That might be
6 pass.
the nice cutaways.
7 arise 17 here. 8 pass. 1 pass. 3 pass.
Quality up, getting the party started here. +1 with the king queen off, and yeah, not too many premium hands here actually at this feature table so far. So we haven't seen too many clashes for that reason. Sarakoglu is shallow, but has a pretty one. Probably has to defend this and go with some equity. You know, again, remember, when you are shallow, and obviously you don't love that, really your goal is to try and not be shallow anymore. You kind of want to bash your way back. You know, we often talk about just surviving in tournament poker and you know, being patient with your short stack. Actually not what you should be doing in a mystery bounty. You really want to bosh your way back to the position where you can take bounties again.
5 check.
2 players, see ace, 9, 4. Kolatiuk having come in from +1. Certainly a board that will favour him. We can see here has
7 8.
playing the best of it, but it feels like somewhat fair when you've opened king queen in this situation. You want to like flop a piece and get it in against that short stack from the big blind. Obviously now he's just praying for a fold.
Yeah, and Sarakoglu obviously wrapped around that 9 of clubs. If he was deeper, this is a hand where you might continue. Looks like he's going to anyway.
Oh, here we go. Here we go, again, a little feisty.
Yeah, obviously knows that he has a lot of good turn cards. Okay, that's kind of one of them.
Certainly is.
He's made
5 check.
a hand now and could get sticky for one more street. Keenly aware that Kolatiuk doesn't necessarily have to have an ace-x here to be opening +1. And interesting now, will he turn the heat up, try and put some pressure on the 9x, which is the most likely
7 check.
hand that Sarakoglu would have here. Again, given the likelihood that Sarakoglu has a 9 or maybe even a 4 in this spot. Interesting now, does Colateuk try and tell the story of someone with pocket kings or pocket queens who, you know, doesn't necessarily have to have connected with that ace. He doesn't beat any draws, because there aren't really any draws. And in the end, he does knuckle back, maybe feeling like he had just a hint of showdown. Not sure he did really, and maybe he just didn't feel like he could tell a good enough story. But here's one way to look at it with the mystery bounties. There are 2 prize pools.
There we go.
It's been split. You are playing, yes, absolutely, you're playing a normal tournament in some sense for half the prize pool. But there's another prize pool that's basically only engaged every time you cover somebody else there at the table. So if you're sitting there shortest or second shortest stack, you're essentially only playing for that one prize pool because you don't really ever get the opportunity to play for the other one. So you've got to bosh your way back in. It's too much of the equity.
I feel like that's going to be your phrase of the day, right? Bosh your way back in. You've settled on that. It's not the sort of finesse I'd usually expect from you.
Well,
David.
you know, I am both upstairs and downstairs.
He's playing both prize pools.
28 left now. We have lost 6 players on the outer tables.
I think we came up with 30, right?
Oh, I thought it was 34. Oh, I apologise.
No, I think because it was 8-handed, so there were 2 tables with 2 empty seats. I think we were 8, 8, 7, 7, I think.
You're right. You're right.
I usually am.
Damn.
But yeah, only 2 players are busted. I mean, normally this stage in a tournament where we've just reached the money, you would expect more bust sets to have happened. Throw in the fact that this is a mystery bounty as well. It's very surprising. Have we told them it's a mystery bounty?
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you I'm gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
So here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. A 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind. Dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up 2 at once. Now, Colateuk not really going to consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that ace, it's a wry smile. And wow, 3-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty a little upset to see that he isn't in better shape with these 2 queens.
Yeah, and Berthold would have, you know, fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20%.
Monstrous.
The ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that'll be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. You already mentioned the bounty worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11k in equity here. Yeah, Gavish can win, what, 5.5k himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the prize pool. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000+ stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, Queen's in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up one bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. First bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish? He picks up the first one on our table. Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So he'd still with a chance to eliminate two, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up an envelope. He's just checking. Do I cover? Do I win this? You do indeed. An unlikely pickup for the first. And funny enough, Gavish obviously was one of those short stacks. If he hadn't won that pot we raised with a7, got called in 2 spots, somehow checked down and won, he wouldn't have covered here. So that little hand there, that as you referenced, boshed his way back in.
Yeah.
It made him eligible to win one of these prizes.
Yeah, a bit of a body blow there for Eli Said. The two sides of that one, a $500,000 stack and a couple of bounties in the pocket versus no bounties. And now actually one of our shorter stacks at the table. I think he's got just about 10 bigs.
No, you give me his bounty, no?
Sorry, yes, you put here and say.
Yeah, put. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, which way do you go? Would you keep your bounties back and do them all at once, or will you wait for a break? Are you
Nah.
I feel like you're definitely wait for a break guy. I feel like you're not missing a hand.
I'm much more annoying than that, James.
You wait till you bust it out.
I don't pull them.
Yeah, you just wait till the end.
I don't pull them for 2 reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like 2-handed or 3-handed against a person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And 2, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull 2 bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them, or you take
No,
them?
I will.
Once you bust it out,
If I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
you're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later.
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've bust the tournament.
Yeah, I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. If I've got one burning a hole in my pocket, 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona.
How much?
And she said, I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100K bounty or something very nice. She's like, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack, and Kolotiuk, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack-10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Kolotiuk. This is exactly the kind of spots he need to be taken all day, frankly. Samavati gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Kolotiuk, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jackson suited's come from far further behind this in time.
61, right?
Here we go, an ace queen 8 flop. What looks so good for ace jack has materialized with the double-ended straight draw
10 is no good anymore.
for Kolotiuk. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and 9s, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck. Just one card to pull them. Samavati will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, there it is. The king on the river. Kolotiuk, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty with the elimination of Samavati, who obviously came in short. But got the situation, got that. It's a nice thing of having those hands. You know, he's gonna get action when he's got a hand like ace jack. You're gonna get looked up by dominated hands.
Yeah.
But you still got to win the all-ins.
Yeah, and this is, you know, the right amount of gamble here. Hands like any sort of suited connector really is exactly what you want.
All right, so some fresh blood to the table. Sipi Haidar joining us in seat 2, bringing a whopping 678,000 chips. That's a stack that can do some damage in a bounty format.
سيبوني بالعين يلا لسه ما شفنا باونتي لاعبين وهذا شيء 20 مره هالسيستم ما ولا مره اخذ باونتي صدق.
And Azmat Tulibergenov as well joining us in seat 9. Well, it won't be in this hand. He's coming in obviously between the button and the blind, so we'll have to wait one to get him into action. But quickly this table filling up, the tournament spreading thinner as players do bust out. We mentioned, you know, it was an uncharacteristically sluggish start first, but now we have seen a few bust outs. Gavish, a man who carried one of those bust outs out. Now looking at ace-9 clubs from the cutoff with a bigger stack, far more attractive proposition than the ace-7-0 he was going with earlier. Kolatiak now, well, a little over 30 on the button against a stack that covers. Again, you can't access that half of the prize pool. There are some situations, I guess, where you're down to like 22 blinds here, where suddenly this becomes a much easier jam, right? Because you're going to get called by some hands to dominate. But for 30, it looks like he's going to go with the call and play his hand for the value. And Gashan, here we go behind with queens jamming 128k. What a dreamy spot for him, 16 blinds.
Yeah, and it's a tough one now for Gavish, who, you know, could isolate here and go for the bounty himself. If he doesn't, we know Kolatiuk will call with the price. But this is actually interesting for Gavish, whether he wants to isolate this one. I think he should.
Surely he has to isolate this.
I don't know how worried he is about Kolatiuk behind it. And in fact, I wonder if Kolatiuk even considers going for it.
Right, surely if
now as well.
Surely if Kolatiuk... Whoa.
Count.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one, James. I think that ace-9 suited's got to go in. And actually, I think it's even quite close then for Kolatiuk behind with the ace-jack.
Right.
Whether he overcalls.
Right, because Kolatiuk's just supposed to 3-bet all his good hands, right? He's supposed to try and get it in, even though he's got 30 blinds. I'm very surprised.
So
we said it was sort of approximately 100k of...
Yeah, that's the way to look at it here. What you have to do is sort of pretend there's 276k in the middle right now. And, you know, you have to call it 128. So with that equation, you really only have to be 30%.
Right, and ace-9 suited back in it.
You always have that, and you might actually have better.
Right, I mean, he might have 8s, 7s. Might have some king-queen stuff in there.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised. I would have assumed Kolatiuk was flatting this on the button with the knowledge that he was going to call, you know, a squeeze shove by Gassan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's...
Because that was part of the plan, if you like.
There's always stuff at play here, right? There's always the realization that these players have a lot of experience against shove when we come to merit. And it may be that he's just so sure that Hassan just has a monstrous hand here. But a monstrous hand for 16 blinds is still a hand that ace-jack with this added equity just has a lot of value against, I would have thought.
Oh, this could be king-jack. Like, you could actually be dominating.
Right.
This could be ace-10.
Very surprised that he hasn't... But he's even considering folding this. I mean, this seems... Again, unless I've done something very wrong, David, it feels like a bounty's worth about 100,000 chips. So you see he's got a call... What, 112 to basically win 276.
Yeah, we will admit that in the box here that we are doing some gorilla maths on the value of the bounties in terms of, you know, translating that into additional chips. We think it's about 100k roughly. We think that there's basically 276k in this pot effectively, and you're calling 128. So you need to be, again, doing a bit of gorilla maths, around 30% there. And, you know, when is ace-jack? Not really 30%. Only when the guy is aces.
Yeah. Right? Now maybe there's something to it that he's... We always obviously often mention like the future game. Maybe he's thinking, hey, look, this guy just is really tight a lot of the time, and do I want to risk as many chips? from a theoretical point of view, it feels like ace jack's the best hand we ever have here when we flat button versus cutoff. So probably the one we do just always have to call with.
I think we've clocked call.
Which I don't think I've ever seen here.
No, I'm not sure I've seen it either. 25-minute levels here, so it is quite turbo-y, to be fair. And also, what we do notice when we commentate on the warm-up event and the main events here at Merit is that it's almost always, at this stage of the tournament, because it would be final day now, a sort of a time bank situation. Yes. So I guess we're seeing something we don't normally see for that reason, too.
Yeah.
But quite reasonable, to be honest. It has actually been quite a while. Kolechiuk, I'm very surprised, hasn't made the call by now. He's obviously on the fence. He's obviously considering it. It's a close one for him in his mind. And this isn't a fake tank. This isn't looking to get ladders. This is genuinely considering this spot. And to do so, he will only have about 20 more seconds.
Yeah. Is it possible that... I mean, this is a man we just saw, you know, rightfully go with Jack 10 suited. He's a man who understands this concept, understands that there is the need to gamble. I'm very surprised that, you know, if we hadn't seen that hand, David, I'd be saying, well, maybe he is someone who's not familiar enough with the mystery bounty.
The only explanation for that fold is something you pointed out there a moment ago, James, which is that he's really pinned Ghassan as extremely tight. And if you do that, you don't think he has ace-10 or king-jack or king-queen ever. You only think he has better aces or decent pairs, maybe 10s plus. And maybe 10s is the only hand you really think you're getting better than the right price. And everything else, you're getting the wrong price or just about the price. And it's maybe that's why it gets a bit closer.
Yeah,
But you really have to pin your guy as having queens, which he do have. So maybe it was just a very good read of this particular spot.
If I hadn't seen the Jack 10 suited hand before, I would say Kolechiuk just clearly hasn't made the correct adjustments in a mystery bounty format, but he clearly did in the previous hand. So there's obviously a lot more going on there than
So
we initially saw.
to give credit to Kolechiuk, he's actually made the right decision. We saw there he is about 25, 26%, so he doesn't have the right price against the hand. We're talking about the range of hands that would, you know, go for that squeeze spot.
There we go. Thought two players were going to gamble with him. The ace-9 suited was certainly a hand that could go with it.
Yeah, I have a feeling like with the ace-9 suited, in a way, right, you know, if you were closing the action, that becomes more of a slam dunk in a sense.
Right, because of those times you're up against a hand like queens, you just got so much more equity with the flush draw.
And then I do what I want.
There's a potential. Right then, Halabai also joining our table, coming in with 271k. So you can see there we are down to 24 players, 3 tables of 8.
Sarikoglu now with a very openable one. In fact, now that we're up to big blind 10k, he's probably just going to stick this in. 12 bigs. Certainly find a raising range, but again in this mystery bounty format, I think you just want to stick it in. You can actually get called by worse. Guys in late position could well call with queen jack or king jack. I think this is a spot he just has to take for sure. You don't really want to raise call it, and you don't really want to raise fold it, so it sort of fits beautifully into that shoving range, and I'm really surprised by that as well. Sarikoglu just a little bit nitty there, I think.
Just seeing a lot of kind of strange.
Yeah, it's almost like if this was not a mystery bounty, the general Merit poker room vibe is to be looser than we're seeing in a format that incentivizes laggy play.
The only thing I can think of there is that we are down at 24. At 23, there's a pay jump, but it's only $300. It's a fraction of a buy-in. I don't think it's... You know, that hand's so good, isn't the king queen? That situation's so good that I don't think we can really be turning that down.
No. Look at this here. We see a limp from Hadir, and Ghassan has isolated with the jack-8 suited, and is, I hope, going to have it stuck in his eye here by Hadir, who can go for the limp shove pretty nicely off this stack size. Looks like he's actually just raised it back, which sort of looks even stronger. Oh, no, sorry, it was Button.
Yeah, Button, yeah.
It was Button who opened Ghassan with the jack-8 suited, so it's a 3-bet. Obviously happy to commit to either of these guys with the king-queen.
Yeah, and Saeed, I guess, with a hand that probably would have jammed himself
Yeah, if it had
The
ended
small
up Battle
blind.
of the Blinds, that one would have been interesting for sure.
Right, and I mean, he would have jammed over the button open. He would have pulled against the small blind. They're exchanging some smiles, a little chat here. Hassan just posturing. The Jack-8 suited going to hit the mark. And Haidar picking up a pot, but no bounty.
So bear in mind there, Gassan's opened the Jack-8 suited, absolutely a hand you should open on the button, but not massively high in the range. Shows that he does open, you know, he's not opening a super tight range here on the button, for example, which would imply that he's not necessarily only going for that squeeze spot with super premiums.
لا
The Lebanese corner of the table.
انت ما بحياتي انا برايزك.
What a setup we have here, David. It's much larger than usual. The stage.
Yeah, there's a bit more space around the edge. Obviously, have they sacrificed a table somewhere to do that?
Probably a little less room in there for tables and more for our wonderful setup.
Wow, low.
Just a tiny lull there while our graphics catch up. I think they were asked to just hold off a moment so we could get the reads on everything. Away we go now as Azamat Tilburganov with the Djangos.
With the Djangos.
25. 25.
Going to go for a 2.5x here from the hijack with these kings. Sort of deterrent to the big blind in particular to make a call that you sort of want them to make, really.
Right, it's a range adjustment, but hand specifically, everybody obviously just want to be minning, but I guess it's just, hey, look, I've got 30 plus blinds. I want to shallow stuff out. I cover a lot of the players. I guess when I play hands, I want to be able to be all in a lot by turns more. That makes sense in a bounty, one imagines.
Yep.
بيطلعوا عالم وما حدا عم بياخذ الباونتي. صرنا 22. كيف يعني؟
Here we go. This is what I've come to see.
This is what it's all about. Tuda Berganov's got the 10s +2 over at the table.
Don't worry
but
about
we
the 10s
do not care right now.
Come on.
We just want to see a big pull here.
It's 1,200
Once
once again.
again, 1,200. Everyone's happy, bar this man.
25.
So I reckon the value of the bounty has gone up by at least a couple of grand now. It might even be 7k.
Right, because we've got a pretty small amount of bounties, right? 30 bounties, so we've lost a handful that are just 1,200. So maybe now we've got basically the same prize pool just divided by 25. So yeah, reasonable to assume it's gone up by 1,000.
Okay.
Maybe we started the bounty value at, I think worked out as 5,300, something like that.
More than that.
Was it really?
No, I think it was 53 at the beginning, but I think it's gone up by more than that.
Right, we lost 20% of the field, right? Haven't we? Yeah. But I don't know if everyone's pulled their bounties yet. Though.
Maybe not, maybe not. Okay, here we go. Sarakoglu gonna try and spike some equity here with a hand where you're really playing a bit of a guessing game post flop here. Do you want to hit your ace or your 4? He does neither and not really going to commit any chips to this pot. Oh, he's gone for the stop go.
Oh.
Wow, didn't expect this at all. Gone for the kind of almost pot-sized stop-go, maybe 1.2x pot.
Yeah, and I mean, Tuda Berganov's just got too much hand here, surely.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, this could be with a 9, this could be with diamonds. You just got to go with your...
He's going to be thrilled to see it's with the ace-4 off. Just the pure 3-outer. One of those outs folded.
Creativity there from Sarakoglu, and didn't work out on this occasion. Could have worked in a lot of worlds. Got some, you know, maybe... ace queens or ace jacks to fold there.
Right, yeah. It's easy to look at this and go, whoopsie, but you're quite right. Would have got some better to fold, for sure. As it is chasing just an ace with one pool remaining. Tulip Bergenov. He looks like he's uninterested, but actually what he's doing, David, is he's looking at the envelopes. Which one will I grab?
Let's go for the heaviest one.
Good luck.
We say goodbye to Sarakoglu there. He, tried to bosh his way back into it, in fairness to him.
Have you pulled any good bounties?
I have pulled, like in the smaller ones I've played, I've pulled good ones, so they weren't actually big
but like
number amounts.
20 buy-ins in an envelope kind of thing. Or...
I think I've pulled some 10 buy-in ones, yeah.
Nice.
Or I say some, I think I might have done it once.
Пересмотри минут через 20. Но я думаю,
I did play that mystery bounty in Vegas last year, not the one just gone, but the one before, and I fired 7 or 8 bullets, and I min-cashed my last bullet for less than 1 buy-in, and did not pick up any bounties.
это же в этом же.
That was a thoroughly not-enjoyable experience.
Tulip Bergenov with that elimination up to 44 blinds. Daniel Gavish in on the flyer with that triple up and picking up a bounty. Third and chips on this table. Haidar, of course, in seat 2 there. The man ruling the roost here with over 600k in the best position here to pick up more. And of course, a nice seat to have, given that Tulip Bergenov is downwind. But that's not so important, these bounties at this stage. I guess you kind of more where the short stacks are is what's nice for your stacks. So he from the cutoff just ripping 10-7-0 for 14. Again, Bounty Torment. There are stacks behind. They can call a lot more liberally. Gavish, one of those in the big blind, but six tray, not gonna pass the test.
انت كان في سمول؟ ما كان فيها سمول.
Yeah, but there was.
انا كنت لعبان ولا شو مش بعدني بطني.
Yeah, that was a little spicy from Ellie there.
Just working that out, obviously there was a dead button situation, right? So there was effectively, there was no small blind, so effectively he was 1 seat later, right? I mean, it's still spicy, but he's only shoving into 2 players behind, rather than 3 that a cutoff would usually signify. Tulip Bergenov, this hand, gonna pump things up again, making a lot of sense. I guess I'm not a fan of that hand.
Do you not adjust your speakers? That noise did emanate from the sun. So we see here Halabi with 25 bigs, 6-5 suited. Probably want to let these sort of suited connectors go at this stack depth. He does. Ace-9. Tempting now for Kolotyuk to get involved here. Obviously, battle of the ace-9s. Advantage to Tulip Bergenov in most worlds, but we shall see how this one develops. Small bet, usually the order of the day here in Tulip Bergenov's seat, and it looks like he has down bet to quarter pot, or maybe a third. And it's a tricky one because when you face these kind of quarter to 1/3 size bets, you have to have a minimum defense frequency, and that sort of puts pressure on the OK ace highs to maybe have to call sometimes. I don't hate the fold at all here, but it's why you choose a bet size small like that is you want to actually make it very difficult for a group of hands like the ace highs in that spot.
That one, excuse me, I guess the ace-9, no straight or no diamond in hand either. There's not a lot of future playability against that early position range as well. No. I like the bet, I like the fold, and I like your reasoning.
اصل 30 صار رايح 9 باوند.
Merit Poker Dolce Vita Festival, the first of our streams here over the next 10 days. Of course, the Imperial Joker Bounty event, a mystery bounty event, where first prize in the tournament is $26,000, but the biggest bounty is $30,000.
Yeah, this is a really fun way to kick things off. Obviously, in the past, we've gone with coverage of the warm-up, the main event, and the high roller. But, you know, these tournaments are always going on in the room, these sort of 2-day, mystery bounties, 2-day, 1,600 quid, 1K type of events, and it is nice to give them a little bit of love here. Obviously, there's an element of novelty to mystery bounty as well, which is nice. Adds a wrinkle for us in the booth, keeps us on our toes as well, as we try to, in-game make the adjustments that hopefully these players are making as well. Not having to adjust too much in this particular hand. The 2 deeper stacks of Tudor Berganoff defending the Queen 4 suited versus the +1 open from Haidar, who covers everybody. Not enough reason, I don't think, for Tudor Berganoff to be sticky here. Queen high can occasionally be the best hand, but that 2-3-4 working without a flush draw, not enough backdoor potential. You could just be in very bad shape already. Nice little c-bet from Haidar, and yeah, perfectly played by Tudor Berganoff as well.
انا بعرف العب تكساس هيدي بعدك منيح بعدني هلا ما تعلمت الشرموطه بهاد اخر شيء انك تلعب 30 سنه من عمرك 5 وراء وبعدين يقولوا لك صرت ختيار يلا العب تكساس ما عم بفهم شيء
لعب ورقتين
لعب ورقتين وبعدين كل ما صغرت بالعمر تلعب احسن بيجي واحد عمره 18 سنه
Don't understand a word of it, but I'm enjoying it.
كيف؟
لطشه هيدي
مش انت شو تخصك 18 ليش انت 18
So as Haidar likely opens up these 7s here off his 700k stack in a great spot covering everybody. Just want to highlight a very good point made by James there a moment ago, where obviously we see their top right field down to 24 from 30 starters. That implies 20% of the bounties are gone already. Actually, there goes another. Actually, there goes 2 more. That might have been a double bust out right there. But yeah, if the bounties haven't been pulled, the mystery remains.
The mystery remains. You should be looking here. So there's $158,400 in the bounty portion of the prize pool and $114,840 in the regular prize pool. So it is very much weighted towards the bounty side.
Yeah, and in all likelihood, there's a very big screen, maybe a projector in the room there, visible to all, showing which bounties have gone, which were available, and which have been taken out of play. So these guys are furnished with all the information they need to make good decisions. As we see here, Tudor Berganoff, looks like he's taking it upstairs here with the 6s.
5 more.
Surprised, actually. I think probably set mining here is pretty nice. But Ghassan with the queens again.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Tudor Berganoff did just make the call. So a big stack went out, but it must have been 1K chips.
Right, okay. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense, although...
He sent out 25 soldiers, but Ghassan definitely taking the squeeze spot again. And now I think it's pretty clear for Haidar to isolate here.
How much is it?
Let's see. We'll see. We saw earlier big fold, ace-jack, correctly so against Hassan when he had the 2 queens. Haidar, again, seems to know his man. It's a little different situation, obviously, having opened from under the gun against the big blind squeeze jam.
185.
But again, he's just getting such a great price with the bounty in there.
Yeah. And doesn't have to worry, I don't feel, about Tudor Berganoff, who would have 3-bet really good ones here.
Definitely asked the question. Hassan kind of smiled and answered. Seems very relaxed.
Yeah, these men exchanged smiles a few moments ago when it went open on the button and 3-bet from the small. There was plenty of body language to suggest that these guys...
There we go.
But I think this is right. We see, obviously, he is way, way behind, but it's going to be overcard so much of the time here.
Here we are then. Hassan at risk this time with his 2 queens.
Show first. Show first. You show first.
هاي كوينز ها؟ شو بدك تكون معي؟ تربح. هاي اكيد. عودي لمين ها؟
So Haidar has the 7s, but he's also got the hearts and diamonds working. Maybe, just maybe, that will count on some run nights.
Check 9 deuce. No improvement for Haidar, just that raw 7, the only way out of this pot. Hassan can actually reduce the outs with a club.
بسيط.
Just a 7 with 1 pull. Hassan will be up to over 300,000 in chips, 30 blinds. And that's the case. He's going to be eligible to now maybe knock out some players, pick up some bounties.
Yeah, the ladies have been kind to Ghassan here. Obviously, he got the squeeze shoved through in a spot where he wouldn't have minded getting called, it turned out, but obviously gets the hold there against the underpair and now very much eligible to bounty hunt, probably rocking roughly an average stack in this tournament now. As we see,
here we go.
the master of ceremonies, Vitalis Milbutas. Dig deep.
انا حاسس هذا بده يخلعنا
مين هو هذا؟
31
Slow peel.
ما يخلعنا عم يوزع العرض 1000
At least 2 zeros.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so we might be looking at a 5K or more, maybe.
Yeah, it could be a 2,000.
Oh, you just want to see one more zero.
5,000, all right. There we go.
So you're sort of getting your average there.
Yeah, a little bit under, but it's a little bit under, but also it's very hard to get your equity limited around it, right? You get way above it or way below it a lot. So you hit around the number, it kind of reduces the variance. We take it.
Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts, 3 buy-ins to the tournament, 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here. Going to look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at deeper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Ghassan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Ghassan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Ghassan has made it 65K. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
For the
what we
fans.
like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000. 2,000. Okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1 shots and 2 shots from
Here
the
we go.
table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Ghassan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670K in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And, of course, any chance of a raw flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Dry smile from Ghassan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades river. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds. Maybe he's ruined that spot where he folded the ace-9 to this man's 3-bet jam, thinking, hey, I never found out what he had.
Yeah, incredible spin up here from Ghassan, who in all likelihood cockroached his way into the money of this tournament. He was one of the shortest stacks in this tournament when play began, and now he finds himself maybe top 3 stacks in the room.
Yeah, what a huge come up. Yeah, this is a pretty fast structured tournament, and of course bounty portion is going to lend itself to some collisions, but so quickly things can turn around here. He's just 4.5 blinds. Now with the biggest target on his back of all.
Yeah, this is when players get very predatory around the shorty who, you know, their own stack is not even what the value of the bounty is, making virtually everybody profitable to call off. Players in late position obviously having a bit of an advantage, getting to see what others do, but then also players in earlier position maybe getting to take the initiative and take the advantage away. So it's interesting dynamics there in both senses. There are some purists out there who love their vanilla poker, and you know, I'm certainly one of those people too. But sprinkling in these kinds of tournaments, a PKO, a mystery bounty, having this element at a poker festival is really fun. Tell you what's also fun.
Ace King? No? Yeah? No, it's that.
That was
Ace King's fine. Sorry, there's still the punchline.
No, that was, it was...
You set me up for it.
Yeah, there was just no need to explain the joke. We haven't worked together for about 5 minutes, James and I, so just finding our rhythm.
I've enjoyed the peace and quiet. I'll be honest, we can explain to the viewers at home, I've been a little bit distracted dealing with... We've got a slightly malfunctioning air conditioning unit in here, and it's getting rather warm for us back here, so I'm trying to resolve that issue. Whilst David is doing the lion's share of talking us through the poker.
Yeah, I'm also trying to find my own air conditioning in the form of Britvic spicy ginger ale right now to cool me down.
Other ginger ales are, of course, available.
If Britvic want to send me a case of this, I'm certainly fine with that, having had my first sip. I would question them on their use of the word spicy, though. I've had spicier.
Alibi is popping this Ace King up there. Looks like the players are preparing to go on their first break. And that does appear to be the case here.
Well, it started off slow, James. I have to say, first 8-9 hands, I was thinking, do these guys even know it's a mystery bounty?
Right.
But it kicked into gear pretty nicely there for the second half.
Well, here we go. They are popping off on their first break. Again, we came into this tournament, remember, it wasn't like we finished X level on day one. They paid to the money, so there was kind of perhaps a shorter frame to kick things off here as they got down to a scheduled break. That's where they head now, and myself and David will join them. But before we go, I'll have a look at how this table is panning out. Of course, Daniel Gavish down to just 5 blinds, 4.5 blinds after losing that big pot. And Gassan, look at that, as I said, now the chip lead at the table, David. How quickly things can turn.
Yeah, it completely flipped around. Eli Said and Gavish actually had quite big stacks coming into this. Gassan was probably our shortest stack, or second shortest stack, and now he's top of the pile in a great position to take some bounties.
Is that Georgi? Is that Georgi about to pull a bounty whilst we're about to go on break?
We're not going on break until we see this.
It ain't so. I gather we've got about 15 seconds to break, so maybe we see it just in time. Maybe we don't. The suspense is killing me, David.
Mr. Shalukia,
quickly,
can he find...
Quickly pull it. You've got 7 seconds, my friend, till we go off air. 1200. Okay, that'll do. We'll see you guys shortly.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza. Yeah. How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. Dolce Vita, mi amore.
It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita
Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards.
The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely. Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good.
As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Ojel events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlet.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizzo.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards.
The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dila's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Ojel events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely.
It's an excellent idea.
I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dealer's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely. Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good.
As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
And welcome back, one and all, to the Dolce Vita series here. This is, of course, the Joker Mystery Bounty final day. And, well, before we went on break, it was myself, James Dempsey, alongside Mr. David Lappin. But basically, we decided he wasn't doing a very good job. So we binned him off. And
upgrade time, Demps, upgrade time.
An Englishman, a Scottishman, and an Irishman walked into the commentary booth, and there's a joke in there somewhere. We'll figure it out later on. Don't want to upset too many people. So then, we will resume action with the same lineup. Now, you've obviously just strolled into the building, and it is very much the story of Ibrahim Hassan, who was one of the shortest stacks, who's just gone double-double, and before that got a 3-bet jam free to build some stacks, but he is the top of this pile. On the top of the 4 Lebanese at the table. Daniel Gavish, the one who was on the wrong side of that flip just before we went on break, reduced to now just 4 blinds in this mystery bounty, which, Andrew, means he's got a rather large target on his back.
Right, absolutely. And what's the situation? I know I've just joined. Do we have any big ones left?
As far as we're aware, only like the 2Ks and below have gone. Oh, there was a 5K gone. So obviously we haven't seen everyone being pulled, and I guess some players haven't pulled their bounties yet.
Okay.
But it looks like the big money's still there. We certainly haven't had any noise to the contrary. And you can see here in the bottom left of our picture, there's the tombola, there's the trophy. So, and we have cut away to a few of the draws. So I think we would have been aware if a big one had gone.
Okay.
It wouldn't have snuck past us. There are, of course, the 30K is the main one. There's a 17K, a few 10Ks, a 20K in there as well, I believe, actually, yeah. Maybe even a couple of 20Ks. Let me have a quick look. I do have all the details for you here. Of course, the regular prize pool ticking up nicely as well. Yeah, 30K, 20K, 17K, and 4 10Ks, none of which, as far as we're aware, have been pulled. So the bounties are getting weighted much higher than they were at the start. We worked out it was about $5,300 per knockout.
Right.
Getting more towards sort of 7,000, maybe even higher, assuming all the if they've all been pulled, and we've got no big ones gone, then we're looking at, you know, maybe even up to sort of 8,000 or 9,000 at this point.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if people adjust, you know, quote-unquote correctly in this type of spot. You know, it can be a bit uncomfortable, Demps, right? You know, you look down at 7-4 suited, the guy's all in for 12 bigs, and you should be calling, right, in lots of these spots.
We've seen some peculiar folds with that in mind, mainly with Hassan when he got going. He 3-bet jammed 15 blinds, which was 120K at the time, and I think it worked that bounty out as being worth about 100,000 chips. And ace-jack folded. It was like kind of a bizarre scenario where they're getting direct odds.
I think it's just part of the game, like sort of that people still haven't quite adjusted to it properly. And, you know, Mystery Bounty's still pretty new on the scene last sort of couple of years.
The weird thing is, it was this man, Kulaturk, who made the fold, but we saw him earlier make the adjustment of getting Jack-10 suited in against the jam.
Okay.
So it was clearly a player-specific fold that he made, and he was right in the sense that his opponent had queens, and he wasn't getting the right price to call, even with the bounty at play. So interesting to keep an eye on that, but Hassan then obviously went on a bit of a tear, got queens again against 7s, doubled up, and then won ace-king b-jacks just before the break to now hold this table chip lead. And look at this, he's getting involved against the Kulaturk open. He's popped his head above the trench here with king 10. Hassan Just recognizing perhaps that any hand could secure
This
a bounty.
is it. I mean, we have position. You know, you're against a player with sort of sub 20 blinds. Have a hand that can flop pretty good, right? And if we can, you know, look to get it in and snag one of these bounties, can't be bad.
Well,
as it stands, Queen, 3 demps.
Yeah, shouldn't see too much activity here. Although Kolotyuk is electing just to check it over, perhaps recognizing that his opponent is incentivized to stick around, make life hard for him. So, and look at this, Masson. Love this. Love this. Just now he's got this stack. He's playing a completely different role at this table, getting hyper-aggressive. It's hard to describe hyper-aggressive when you call with Jack 7, but it is aggressive. It's an aggressive call. He's getting himself in the mix. He's putting pressure on these guys now. This is clearly the way he's going to set out his stall going forward. And now what's Kolotyuk supposed to do when you... Bray's got called by a covering stack. You've only got 15 blinds back. You completely miss, and he bets 2 blinds. Oh, hello. Wow.
Oh, he's going to go for the float out of position. Well, either floating demps or just thinks his hand's good, and we can see it is at the moment.
Yeah, I think that has to be the perception, right? He can't be thinking he can make better fold at this point. Maybe he's thinking, hey, maybe I can make some ace-highs fold on the river, but he must just be at the perception that, hey, Hassan's messing with me here. And I guess, you know, if his hand has like a hand like 7s, and maybe, you know, King 10 still has reasonable equity going forward. But now, let's see how this one transpires. Assume the river's a brick. That's basically a brick. Well, that's all cards on this board, really. Let's see, does he then obviously now try and make some of those ace-high folds? It feels like we have to, right? What worse hand can we have here on this river?
I'm with you 100%. Yeah, I don't think we ever get there with a worse hand than this one, James. And yeah, you know, try and get, as you referenced, an ace-high to fold, maybe a hand like pocket 4s or something that, you know, it's hard to think of too many hands that Hassan is going to check back turn that we beat. But this is one of them. And yeah, it's going to fire. It should be working, demps.
Nicely done in this situation. Obviously, we can see bluffing with the best hand, but certainly if Hassan was in with some ace-highs, it would be very hard for him to continue to this action. Nice adjustment. And there we go, does get the fold as suspected on this board. I mean, I can't imagine he was going to do anything there. I mean, that would have been super spicy though, hey, look. You know,
if Hassan shoves here, like, absolutely. Very well done by Kolotyuk.
Beautiful. It's good to be back at Merit Poker. And of course, I just saw you a few seconds before we came on air. You returned to us. But look at this setup we have here, an enlarged stage here. At the Merit Crystal Cove.
Yeah, beautiful. I tuned into a little bit of you and Mr. Lappin's comms in that first segment. The beautiful lemons in the background. The place looks great, as always. Big props to our technical team. It looks wonderful. Big week of poker ahead. Oh, we've got 10 days, Demps? 10 days of action.
Yeah, we're going all the way through to the completion of next weekend. So now the focus on this one. We do have
action back on Kolotyuk here from under the gun. Back at it with the ace-10 off. Tulip Bergenov, one of our regulars here at Merit. See him deep in a lot of these tournaments. No stranger to the end stages. Round to Halabi in the small. Not much to work with.
Yeah, one of the players who joined this feature table not long before the break. Haven't really seen him have a chance to get involved in Gavish. Yeah. Gonna just run it with this 9-4. Probably recognizing that Kolotyuk's gonna have a lot of bad hands raising under the gun here. It sounds weird, but because the big blind's gonna basically be all in, you do just raise a lot of bad hands. 9-4 obviously doesn't do great against any range, but would do better against this range than it would in a normal tournament. And like Kolotyuk obviously just delighted that no one else got involved as this went round. I didn't actually pay attention to the hands that were being folded. Were there anyone perhaps?
Yeah, there wasn't too much. I think the small blind had a decision point with the Jack-5 suited, knowing that the action couldn't be reopened, but did just get out of the way.
Here we go then. Ace in the window, another behind it. That will end Gavish's run, bar the miracle 3-5 run out. Yeah, unlucky for him. Losing that flip with 2 jacks against Hassan's ace-king. Here we go. Well, the board will continue to run, but let's see. This is what we really care about.
We love it.
2,000, okay. a mediocre pool, 1,200 the minimum.
Ace is full.
Ace is full will confirm the elimination of Gavish.
I do love it, Demps. The added wrinkle of let's just pull away.
Yeah.
Go and see Milbutus.
Don't worry about your all-in, pal. You're dead.
Absolutely.
You flopped dead.
Yeah, he really was.
We're not interested in you anymore, Gavish. We'll take with another bounty.
Oh, here we go.
Indeed. So, again, reminder, 30K, the biggest bounty, bigger than first prize in this tournament.
Oh, 17.
17, all right, there we go. The lone $17,000 bounty has been pulled. That does change things. Everyone throw from, you can tell. But, okay, the 13 gone, 17 gone playing. There is a 20 and there is a 30. But the bronze medal has gone.
It makes it a lot of fun for us in the booth too, right? When the big ones are still up for grabs, you know, we're going to see a lot more spice in the decision points as we approach the sort of final table. Another pull, non-stop.
Gavish, of course, he did knock someone out on his way. He's now busted, but he's going to see if he can't rip off more than first prize. 10,000, okay. That's a nice consolation.
Wow.
Lost a huge flip, but $10,000. Suddenly things are changing as Haidar's opened these two fours. Saeed with, what, 10 blinds has ripped ace-king, and Haidar with the pair bar. Anyone else getting involved? I mean, surely we'll be taking a shot at another bounty. We saw him earlier with the sevens against Ghassan's queens. This one a much more palatable situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be calling this one off.
Lebanon on Lebanon.
Here he comes.
And unlike last time, he is flipping this time. Can he knock out his compatriot? Again, these pots become significant. 258K in there. If Saeed were to win here, would make himself eligible, perhaps to stop winning bounties himself. As Mr. Lappin coined it, in these mystery bounties, when you get short, you just got to bosh your way back into it.
Bosh your way back in.
No point being short. You got to get a stack or you can't knock people out. So far, so good for Haidar, but a queen would counterfeit, and an ace would be a dagger to his heart. 2 fours, they're both live. Can he find one on this river? Or will Saeed be the one back in the game? And that is the case. Haidar with a not very profitable start to this featured table experience. Came here with over 700,000 in chips. And he's had a couple of shots at bounties that haven't come to fruition. And is now finding himself back down towards the middle of the pack, but still covering plenty of stacks on this table. So crucial in these tournaments. But yeah, the bounties, it's interesting. Yeah, we were just sort of discussing how the final table could play out here later on this evening. And, you know, if the 30K and the 20K stay in there, then suddenly it's huge
It's a
compared
massive
to the
difference, isn't it?
Right, if say everyone pulls their bounties and there's 7 left, and those 2 are still in there, suddenly there's like ginormous amounts of the prize pools represented in the bounties, and much less in the traditional prize pool. So almost like ICM just disintegrates.
It's something that I've really, you know, we've covered a bunch of these tournaments, or I've covered a few, and selfishly kind of I want to see it happen, you know, like the top 2 bounties to still be in, sort of 5-handed or whatever, and just see the complete chaos erupt, because it's going to be so, it's going to feel uncomfortable, I think, in some of these spots, right? I mean, even myself, I've played a bunch, and even it's not that easy to have this sort of perfect solve of, you know, all right, I have to call off with 5-6 suited here, or for 25 blinds, or for like 3/4 of my stack. But yeah, could well be a case where that comes into play.
I was discussing with David over lunch earlier about how I had very little knowledge of mystery bounty tournaments, and then this summer I was playing a little bit online at the World Series Poker, and they had them on each night. There's always like mystery bounty tournaments.
That's right.
So I thought, okay, I've got to do a little bit of work and figure this stuff out. And I didn't realize how much the chip value of a bounty like changes dramatically through the tournament when you're like before you get in the money. Now once you get into the money, because of course a portion of the prize pool has now been taken out because everyone's reached the money of the tournament. So suddenly the ICM value it's so complex.
It's very tricky.
I'd heard guys at Triton discuss how I heard Mariam Mosbok say, oh, well, I knew a bounty was 110,000 chips. And that's how he described it.
Right.
But actually, it turns out that's actually, here's a guy who's obviously Team Fedor, but that's completely incorrect because the value of a bounty in chip value changes dramatically throughout the tournament. It's like, when you get to the final table, suddenly it can be worth more because so much of the prize pool has been removed.
That swings as we go.
And here's like the, you know, one of the best players in the game saying that. And at the time, he just took it for gospel, but now realizing actually there's a lot more to it than this.
Sure.
Obviously, track one's slightly different in the fact that all the bounties are worth exactly the same because you don't do the draw till the day after. So it's not like there's the changing value of the big ones coming out. So it's just the pure
like that.
It's just the pure thing of, in that case, I think every bounty was worth, say, like 80k in equity.
Okay.
But actually, that doesn't mean it's a linear value of chips throughout the tournament because of the way ICM works. It's very interesting, and I did some fiddling around this summer with it, and my mind was kind of skew-whiff, and it's just far more complex than I ever realized it would be. As this game usually is.
With you, I know, understand. It's you know, one of the most interesting new formats in the game. See a three-way pot here, Hassan opening, Haidar made the call with King-Queen, Daniliuk completed with the 8-9. Haidar flops best.
Yeah, but look at this, Hassan not giving up yet.
Yeah,
check
calls one. Pretty spicy with 6s, no spade.
Yeah, perhaps just dreaming of maybe drilling a 6 and cold decking his opponent and picking up a bounty. That has to be it. It has to be like one of those calls where you don't think your opponent is bluffing you. You're so hopeful they have an ace that maybe if you catch the 6, you could scalp them. As it is,
Thank you.
It checks through, and Haidar.
Она теплая.
You don't need to know the language to sort of know the conversation going on. Like, you call me with that? Why'd you call with that? Well, I had this. You think I'm bluffing you? Come on. The Lebanese corner of the table.
Yeah, interesting on river because like Hassan, he didn't really waste any time checking, right? It's not like he was thinking, okay, I'm gonna potentially turn this one into a big bluff.
See a couple of fresh places at the table. Dmitry Levin coming in C5, and then Andre Daniliuk joining our feature table as well. In C8, as the fill gets whittled down, you see 17 now remain. We came out today with 30. 16, there we go.
16 remain.
Just ticks down. That means we'll have 2 full tables of 8 as we hurtle down towards this final table in what is already a fairly turbo-structured tournament. In the fact, it has 25-minute levels, but when you throw in the bounties, we know it plays so much faster. It's funny how myself and David build that so much, and the first 15 minutes of the tournament, there was like no action on our table, a couple of peculiar folds. And we were like, have we got the right tournament?
Have we got the right comp?
Are we wrong here? But obviously, it took a minute for things to crackle to life, but now it's certainly up and running. Tulip Berganov giving up his big blind again. Somewhat interesting there with the queen. I didn't see the races. You do cover.
Stack against a button open. You know,
it's a hand that in a vanilla tournament we want to defend queen 8 against a button open, but did I like to let that one go? Oh, next big blind. Hassan been moved. Does that mean we're actually down to even fewer players
maybe
now?
Down to 15.
It had to be 14, right? To make
yeah, right. It would, in fact.
Yeah. So they're flying out. Beautiful setup here at the Crystal Cove for this, the Dolce Vita Merit Series.
I got to give a little shout out to that trophy. That's my first glimpse.
The Joker trophy.
The little
cool.
Joker trophy.
It's a cool trophy, huh?
Loving that.
Halabi, ace king suited under the gun, 20 blinds, dreamy scenario for him. We'll see with what, 15 or 14 players left, whichever way we see it. The prize pool part of it creeping up. We're up to 1,800, but so insignificant compared to the value of a bounty.
Sure.
Not really anything we're worried about here. And it's, you know, again, myself and Dave were discussing earlier about how ICM kind of builds this crescendo and it's kind of richest before a final table, but actually if the big bounties are in play, it's almost the opposite. Things almost become like chip value.
Almost, yeah, it really is intriguing. Case in point here, Demps, Jack 9 of clubs covering. He did give it the consideration it merited, I think, as you've said, with those big ones still in there.
Tell your wife.
Looks like he's getting this one through and does.
King ace, huh?
But yeah, right, you might...
Did he just say...
Tell her.
I think he just said... I think he showed a king and he goes, I can't play this, you've probably got king ace. I swear that's what he said.
Oh, he did?
No. Soul red.
That can't feel good.
You raise
I'm not playing king 7 suited against you because you have exactly ace king only from under the gun.
I think it was king 7 off in his defense.
All right.
You know, it wasn't completely
Even still, doesn't feel great.
When the person goes, you've got ace king.
Yeah, you've got ace
you've
king
opened up 20
only.
bigs. It's like, come on. There's probably a few more hands I can have, but you're right. But you know, come on, show me some respect. 14 remain.
English only? We're talking about age, my friend. You know, I can explain to you many things.
And we do have the Lebanese. We've got a couple of Russians. In fact, maybe 3 Russians here in a row with the Lebanese stuck in one corner. Kolotyuk. He's popping it up. Ace Queen. Of course he will do, yeah, Daniluk. Kevin just recently joined our table. He's getting out of the way, as will Tulip Bergenhoff. And then we round to the corner of Lebanon. Haidar, King Jack of Diamonds, okay.
33.
Yeah, very playable hand, especially in this bounty tournament scenario. Could go a couple of ways here, Demps. Could see aggression or just continue with call. Lands on the latter. Off to the flop we go.
Seems pretty good, doesn't it? Let's take this one to the streets, covering stack. We don't want to lose sight of the fact we still have the normal price pool here. As you're dealing with these bigger stacks, obviously the bounty becomes less relevant. Also, it's just harder to get it in.
Sure.
Okay. Wow, here we go. Dreamy flop for Haidar. He's now praying to Koldak. Kolotyuk having flop top 2 on this rainbow board. Kolotyuk come out with a small bet. A board that obviously typically we say these are the kind of ones that do tend to favor the small blind a lot. They're going to peel with a lot of the Broadway combos. But having said that, Kolotyk's also going to open with a lot of those combos from that seat. So it's a little bit of both players have this board. And Haidar just going straight for the throat, check raising this one. Just trying to make sure if his opponent has a king and aces, maybe even like a strong jack or queens or something like that, like perhaps try and get all of him. But it's very unfortunate when you don't expect to get met with a check raise too often on King Jack 5, right? You expect, even if your opponent
Almost
has hit,
never, yeah.
is supposed to just kind of slow play. So it kind of feels grim. And on a rainbow board, kind of easy to get away, especially, I guess, when you've got ace queen. The few natural bluffs might be a hand like queen 10 of spades.
10,
which
something like this. Yeah, I'm with you.
Block here, so...
Yeah, especially against this chunky 4x sizing, very difficult to like kind of take one off here. Obviously deeper stack depths, James. We might look to ping that 10.
And the c-bet was a not insignificant size. It was, you know, over 2 blind c-bet. Yeah, you might see on those kind of board textures sometimes people go, you know, a little over 1 blind. 1.5 blinds. Obviously a little different when you're against the small blind because they are going to have some of those ace-x hands that might still continue. Some of the hands like 7s, 8s. Those kind of hands that want to play. So going larger in that particular set doesn't make sense. But yeah, to be met with the 4x check raise after that is like, really? Guess he's just happy he didn't have aces.
Yeah, one of those also just feels very under-bluffed, right, when you do get check raised, even though you don't expect it to happen too often.
Yeah.
Not too much to be done for Kolotyuk. Lives to fight another day. Round to Daniluk. Always impresses me on these merit streams, James. Deep relentlessly. And here we go. Opening ace-jack in the hijack. Does run in to the stronger holding. Tulip Bergenhoff, ace-queen of hearts.
With the covered stack to note here as well, of course, which, again, my limited experience of these mystery bounty tournaments does lead me to believe that the person 3-betting off the shorter stack kind of has a much stronger range.
They really do. Yeah, you do know that your opponents are going to be hunting you. Tends to take away some of those weaker 3-bets.
And this is a good point because like Daniluk, with kind of now that cuspy hand, the
very
ace-jack,
cuspy,
right?
These ones, yeah.
if perhaps the stacks were there around, it might be easier for him to go for it because he knows that Tulip Bergenov can be targeting him, but so much harder to play this.
Yeah, just pretty grim spot, right? Sort of 35 big blind 3-bet. It's one of these hands that, you know, when you 4-bet jam, whenever you get called, you're just crushed. Makes a nice laydown. Well,
two players that know each other pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
Tulip Bergenov, both exchanging the information of their cards. Here we go. All right. Let's see. How many zeros are we going to find? 10,000. Okay. Some of the bigger prizes beginning to be pulled. It's just a matter of time. We couldn't keep pulling 1200s.
I know all the action's kicked off since I climbed into the booth, Demps.
You're claiming credit for this?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I went and had a word with Milbutis and was like, give those a shuffle. Let's get some of the big ones to the top of the pile. Really is always interesting, though, because it just changes the entire complexion of the tournament in many ways. Like, of course, we still have 130K, 120K, you were saying?
Yeah,
so
that's right.
The two real big ones are still in the mix.
The two biggest prizes, 30K, 20K. We've had, what, 2 of the 10Ks pulled now that we're aware of?
Yeah.
Of the 4 that were in there. But it's certainly, yeah, the pool, outside the pool starting to get a little bit poorer. Yeah. As we've, lost 16 players. And again, I'm not sure all bandits have been pulled. You see, some players wait till they bust out. Some players might just wait till a break or whatever. I don't know, where do you sit on that? Would you wait till you finish?
Oh, it's the old classic, isn't it? People are always going on about this and going, when do you do it? You know, and you're sitting there, should I run? Should I run away from the table and quickly pull it and come back? And then you get, you know, the very dry sort of defeatist outlook, I think, of, oh, it doesn't matter when you pull it.
That is true, but
that's a very Feraldo outlook on these.
Yeah, but come on, I mean, you gotta. I don't know.
What do you reckon? I mean, I don't think it matters, but I'm sort of a vibes guy. Like, you know what? I'm feeling it right now. Let's go.
I said to David, I'm probably going to wait till I bust out the tournament. But if I get to the point where there's like, I get to a break and there's nothing going on, and I've got 5 minutes to kill, and there's no big line to pull the bounties because it's deep in the tournament, then hey, maybe I've got 3. Maybe I'll open 1 now. Maybe I'll open 2. Maybe I'll go get them.
Oh, you'd go and not even open them all.
I don't know. Maybe I'll mix it up.
And then go off for a little coffee.
I'll see how I feel. Does that one feel good?
That's what I mean. It's the vibes, surely.
Lappin said here we go.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Lappin said he would keep his as late as possible in case he can do a deal on the final table with someone and include the bounties in the deal. I thought,
that's
what a nitty answer that
He really is nitty in these respects.
Here we go.
Oh.
5,000, okay.
Geez.
Reasonable.
I think we're going to have to call it like vibes equity. You know, like if you're feeling it at that exact moment.
Well, a big thing again.
Oh, hang on.
Harping on.
We will come back to it.
Yeah, a tough one for Halabai, right? Yeah, with Deuces, I mean, just never in great shape. Obviously,
it's an open shove from side.
Yeah,
excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I saw a raise and a jam. Excuse me. Yeah, not much to be done with Deuces. Facing the all-in. Feels like a potential little error, that, to me. To just open shove ace king here,
right.
You know, like when people give people a chance to hunt you, you know, get in there with some dominated holdings.
Yeah,
you know, it can never be a massive error.
Yeah, I hear you.
You hear me?
Good. Might get looked up here, but yeah. He was keeping the bounties in there in case he gets a situation where we can do a deal and throw the bounties in there. I'm like,
Lappin's always finding an angle, though.
It's not the spirit of the game. Come on, man.
It really isn't.
But yeah, the theme again at the Triton events being at is obviously they do it all the next day.
Okay.
There's a big ceremony. Everyone comes up on stage, draws the bounties. But now there's like people who are perceived luckiest at the Triton tour who get drafted in. Hey, come and open a bounty for me. Like
that's right.
And it was Daniel Razai in Montenegro who got Hossein Ensan. He's like, please come on, you won the main event of the World Series. Come on, you're lucky. You just pull one for me.
Right.
So you got him to pull it for him, and he pulled the top prize, 400K.
Really?
There we go. You got to look around. Who's the lucky person?
Did he give him a?
I don't know
sweat?
What the deal was.
That's the thing. Yeah, sometimes you have to give up.
Yeah, there's got to be something done.
You have to give up a few quid, speculate to accumulate, and all that.
You know.
Speaking of speculating, Halabi, Queen Jack off. Going to open here.
Yeah, it goes to 35K. 3 blind open. Interesting. Electing to go so big. makes it so hard for like Danilik, here we go, to play a hand like King 4 that surely for a minimum raise would have come along.
One of the main benefits, isn't it, that you can drive a few more folds from hands that could defend.
Although I don't know, is Queen Jack a hand we want to make those folds? We're kind of happy to see a flop top pair against a weaker top pair, and we get double up.
I'm with you. Wouldn't be the strategy I would be employing myself.
Well, here we go. This is how our table currently sits. It is Lebanon versus Russia. Safi Haidar still leading the way, but as the blinds are creeping up, 10K, 15K, everyone getting that bit shallower. It is bunched at the bottom, but Halabai with, well, look at that, Levine, exactly the same amount of chips. But it's such a difference between having 18 blinds here, you see, and 17, where you can knock out 3 players versus knocking out none if you're Kolotiuk.
Yeah, it really is massive to sort of keep your head above that water line. Very important, of course, with those big bounties in play. But Haidar out in front, looking to take out as many of his table mates as possible as we go. I believe we're down to 13 demps. Lost another one on the outer table.
It's going to happen quickly.
Yep.
It's definitely a table. It's a table of 2 languages.
Table's in pretty high spirits for the wee small hours.
Yeah, obviously very late here, just gone past midnight, but the tournament only restarting late as well. I think it was running alongside other events, so you can kind of bag one event, come back, play
We love
your day
that
2.
here, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest features of coming to play at Merit. Have these staggered sort of tournament start times, so you can play as many as you can.
It gives you the option, right? If you're here with the family or a partner, you can maybe, hey, I'm going to go have dinner, spend the evening with them.
Great.
But if you're here just strictly for poker, hey, there's another tournament you can play.
Absolutely.
It's a good compromise, I think. And I think other tours and stops would do well to kind of take a look and think about this.
I have to agree.
It depends where you are, right? If you're in a venue that people aren't going to be bringing significant others with them, then it's less of a factor, Sure. But if you're say in Vegas, it's very likely you might bring someone. If you're in, sorry Rob, but if you're in Nottingham, in an industrial complex, at dusk till dawn, you probably want to get your poker done as quickly as possible and get out of there.
I would bring my fiance and future small child to dusk till dawn.
No.
Right?
Would you?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Would you? You see, what's the?
Yeah, mate. I don't know.
What's the hotel there? I mean, there's many hotels, but there's some
Premier Inn.
Like something like that. But even worse, I can't even think of the name of it. But yeah, I don't think it's going to quite sell as well as the.
Right, we're getting carried away.
Hang on, there's a hand going on, but I heard lots of applause.
What happened, Jay?
Что такое билет?
Билет, игровой билет.
Игровой билет.
Нет билета, карточка.
Он где-то там. На балет.
Да, вот ты забрал?
Карточку сейчас дам. Пойдем еще
Okay, so
тогда сразу в тильте.
Ну иди.
This hand's going on. I think it's like Kolotiuk did pull a bounty.
Да. Сразу же сходу.
And there was some applause. So
you were thinking potentially one of the big ones may have gone.
Oh, hello.
Все как надо.
Haidar getting there on the river. In a pot that has swelled to 155, but could have been significantly more. Tulip Bogdanov checking again.
By the way.
Oh, hang on. Oh. This is Kolotiuk again, I think.
Oh, the queen. Yeah, the queen.
He's away from the table. Here he goes.
Why you don't re-raise?
I want to get the chips.
Oh, everyone was clapping because he pulled a 1200 before. And Milbutas with the rub going, getting better as he pulls 2000. So the applause, I kind of...
Was the anti-rail.
It was the anti-rail, which we haven't seen enough of yet. That's always the fun thing. Every time someone pulls a bounty, your equity goes up. You're winning.
My absolute favourite thing to do is anti-rail the competition.
Right. They pull a bad one, means you make more money.
We had a tournament in Ireland that was a mystery bounty. The smallest amount was 1K. So whenever someone was pulling it, they would pause the tournament briefly, bring around a basket, you'd pull it out. It was a little less upmarket. We didn't have a tombola. And then everyone would be chanting 1K, 1K, and then, they pull 1K, celebrate in their face like true competitors.
Yeah.
And when they pull the big one, get very sad and enjoy the tournament less. By the way, credit to Turgur Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us
and then found a
check
wow, okay.
on the river when the 10 completed and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75k on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I have to confess, I was too focused on the bounty portion, not enough on the action going on. But he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys, and this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack
me.
versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10 where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenoff's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet Call Me a Lot because of the bounty?
Sure.
Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15K, we've started this hand with sub-20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then.
So he has experience of taking the big ones, and usually that's how it works.
Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we'll focus on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace 10 deuce, all but seals it. Running queen jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. Tulip Bergen was like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20k bounty.
When you are lucky, you are lucky.
But he's going to have another pull. Yeah, was that the same player who pulled the 17k bounty?
I think it might have been.
Did he just pull 37k in bounties?
37k is
First prize in this tournament is 26,000.
First and second combined almost in bounty pulls.
If that's the case, yeah, like 26k and 18k would be first and second prize. So 44k, and he's just pulled 37k, if that's right.
I think it was.
2 bounties, more than first prize, more than the largest bounty.
Just a marvelously nonsense format.
It really is.
It's amazing.
And I actually really like it in this smaller field format. Like we see it, you know, the huge field like the World Series won the 1K, $1 million up top.
Yeah, the Millie one.
It's kind of a nonsense bit. And this, it just seems so much more attainable and like, and it's so much more likely it suddenly changes the dynamics of these tournaments. Like later on, like the World Series one, you see by the time they get into the last 3 tables, like basically everything's gone. Sure. Theoretically, all ones in there, but it massively skewed. Everyone knows the score. Here, it changes so rapidly. The value of a bounty, calculations on the fly, 11 left, all the adjustments the players are going to have to make. Kind of like it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like it kind of feels like a pipe dream, right? When you're playing these huge field ones, you know, it's still you're like, right, I'm super unlikely to ever pull the big one. Whereas here, you know, you get down to 25 left.
Right.
You have a big stack. You're like, right, I can go on the attack, and eliminate 5 or 6 people.
Yeah.
You know, have a good chance of pulling the big one.
30 players came back, made the money, eligible for bounties. Therefore, hey, if I run good, I might knock out 7 people in this tournament. Like that gives me a really good chance of winning some significant money in a mystery.
Yeah.
Kind of fun. I just got to try and get through to the position where I knock someone out in one of these tournaments ever.
You will.
The way it goes on.
It's coming, mate.
You know me. I'm the guy who's going to pull the $1 million bounty.
I know that you're going to do it as well.
And I'm going to be smug as you like when I do it.
You're pretty good at that too.
It's not something I have to fake.
It's in a charming way-ish.
That's what you think.
Did see Tulip Bergenov there debating the Queen 8 of Diamonds on the button. But you know, now another one of the big bounties has been eliminated from the pool.
Yeah.
Makes these sort of marginal imposition calls a little less appetizing.
I think when, be nice hopefully as we get to the, here we go. More going on.
Big spin. Tulip Bergenov going to pull one.
Yeah. Let's see, obviously just one at aces versus kings. How much was that worth? On top of all the chips, of course. this is what he gets with it. Is he missing a hand behind? It looks like he is. He's actually missing. This is a sicko.
Oh.
Yeah, look, the hand's going on
I like
behind.
the way he's doing this, though. Look at the sweat. He's giving us the proper sweat.
Okay, so it's not a 1200.
At least 3 zeros.
Come on, let's see the next number. 10,000, okay.
Very nice.
So aces versus kings, gets him 10,000. But did they pause the hand for him? I mean,
I think they're waiting for him.
Is that the case?
Yeah. Very friendly.
Let's see. No, he just got mucked.
Okay.
He missed that. That's a sicko move. That's sick. When you just want to know so much, you actually just miss a hand. I can't do that. I'm too much of a nit. But Tulip Bug got $10,000 because he did it. You see, that's what you knew. If he waited, he probably got 1,200.
You've got too much respect for the game, James. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Decision on Halabi here. Oh, he jammed. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, he's going to surely... Oh, he jams covering Kolotit, right? So Kolotit isn't eligible for a bounty, but against the speed of the jam is what doesn't scream like this is jacks, queens, kings, aces, for example. I think, obviously, take a moment, as you should always do in poker, never rush. Big situation here deep in a tournament with 11 left, but it seems like a spot where we just can't fold if our opponent has better somehow. We've opened off this short stack, just the way it is. But this is the man we saw make a big fold earlier with ace-jack. So, you never know.
Yeah, you're never thrilled with it. I think it's just one of those. I'm with you, James. I think the hand's just a little too strong. And we're six-handed, right? Which makes things, you know, changes things somewhat significantly also. Big blind shove range should get a little bit wider six-handed.
Right, maybe, but maybe, you know, maybe the perception that he doesn't think Halabai jams hands like this.
This is the problem, yeah.
And if he doesn't think he jams hands like this, and suddenly you're waiting it, okay, he might have sevens, but he's going to have like, yeah, nines, tens. Again, the speed just, wow.
He does get away from it.
Big fold. And again, I would have just thought the speed looked like more...
Oh, he shows the 7.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
Absolutely hate to see it.
7. Diamond.
Wow. That's good. That's almost like you knew he had 8. Like the... If you just show him the ace, it's like... But the 7, when he's just folded 8s, is sand in the face.
Horrible, horrible feeling.
Wow.
They must have had a perception, Demps, that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
As I say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace-jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the price basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned it was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight. Although this time, obviously, being the covered stack. But as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you got to get back in the game. Here we go, High Dart facing a 30K bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? Up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet. Lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halabai. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 big blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam. To me...
Remember turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Kolotit obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You know, kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop if he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws, but here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else. Or
actually, wouldn't mind the open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity,
It looks like he's
Be a
piecing
big
out a
win.
non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace-highs in and then go big on the turn, or let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When when you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat, and that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, Haidar and Halabai could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Kolotiak will call and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v2 9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Daniluk with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't know, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand, so effectively he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Kolotiak out in 11th place. Daniluk with the big pickup and a bounty. 11th place, paying 1,800. 10th will be the same. The final 9 will get 2,500 guaranteed each. Very, very interesting. I struggle to be too critical, but I think I saw Kolotiak fold one earlier. We gave him the benefit of the doubt and perhaps posited that he had an inside knowledge of Hassan that we probably didn't. And it was a closer spot, but those 2 8s seems like a missed opportunity.
That's one of those, James.
To open on such a short stack, if you're going to raise fold the 8s, I guess you're probably better off just jamming it in yourself, right?
I agree. I think it's just this is going to be one of those hands that sort of sticks in the craw as you're walking, back to the car or back to the hotel.
Especially if he's got the instant knowledge that it was an incorrect fold.
The guy worst feeling ever.
How does the guy just show the 7?
Just windmills the 7 of diamonds into your face. Right. It's very unfortunate. Yeah, I'm with you. 6-handed, I think we just sort of accept our fate, right? If we ran into an overpair, so be it. We need to get chips. We need to get back into this tournament. Yeah. And unfortunately, can't get there on the following hand with the 8-9 of spades, and we're down to 10. Yeah, just a little too tight, I think, to raise fold the 8s. But there we go. Here comes Saeed from the cutoff, jamming with the pocket 3s. Seems pretty reasonable.
Yes, count.
For 14 big blinds. Round to Daniluk, James does have an ace in the big, ace-6 off.
Yeah.
Likely a hand that we're going to fold in a normal tournament here with 10 left. But with that bounty aspect still in play, becomes a bit more appetizing, of course, to go for it here.
Big bounty still in play, that 30k.
Right. Got 1 in 10 chance of finding it.
Missing 10. Less 10.
الكاميرا انتبهوا شوية
يا عم تزور انت يا ملعون.
حط بعض.
Just getting the count.
Yeah, getting the count. Obviously, there's plenty of hands here. The king queens, the king jacks, queen jacks, jack 10s even. Maybe some, other raggy ace X that, okay, most of the time we're going to chop against. And of course, times are behind. Well, we can just hit. Do some flips.
It's one of these uncomfortable spots that we referenced, earlier on in the broadcast. Have to make a few of these sort of loose, uncomfortable call-offs in the mystery format. We'll see if Daniluk agrees.
Right, we know the 30k still in. I believe there's one 10k left in there as well.
218.
Just doing some sort of calculations on the fly. I think that bounties are probably still... Probably not.
Still worth about 6k, right?
They're probably worth kind of near where they were at the start, right? And obviously a lot of the prize pool has been distributed already, so therefore, the chip value slightly increases in that situation because so much of the prize pool's already disappeared, but the chip, it's sliding scale. It's so hard to do on the fly. It's so hard to do even just not on the fly with pen and paper because it all messes with your mind. I'm a man who doesn't mind numbers.
It's certainly one of the disciplines that hasn't been effectively fully solved yet, I would say. Does let it go, though. Do you think the turbo aspect of the structure makes you like lean towards calling more there, or?
I actually kind of like the fold just because of, you know, the old future game. I don't want to jeopardize some chips here when I cover some players. And also,
fold, but
there's still 26k up top in this tournament. Like, you know, and do I think my opponent is jamming
wide enough to
wider than normal or tighter than normal as well? That adjustment you're going to have to make how you perceive your opponent. And, you know, as we know, the merit field clashes with the merit field often, so he's going to have more probably knowledge about Saeed than we would as he jams again here. This time with ace-jack, a much easier, cozier jam than before even, and then look with an ace again, but ace-4, a worse hand in a worse seat. Tulip Bergenhofer came with a very similar spot.
Very.
Ace-8, but obviously a few more chips.
Yeah, 16 bigs this time, rather than 14. Let's have a slightly better ace here in the big.
5.
Again, another one of these spots. Call, and we're wrong, James, and up against the strongest range. We're jeopardizing around about half of our stack.
200 for
شوف بدي استبعد؟
Yes, but you say 100.
كاميرا.
Oh, here we go. Whilst he thinks, who's this up here? Collecting more. Uh-huh.
Not many of the envelopes left.
0 0
1,200.
minimum.
Minimum.
0 بتشوف 2 يعني خسرت لانه 1200 الوحيده فيها ما فيها باقيين كلهم 3 اصفار.
It's funny actually because it's funny that a draw goes on in that moment because it just makes sense for Tulip Bergenhofer. He was obviously thinking what to do here, but there's no reason to make a decision until after you find out how much their bounty is.
You need to
Because if
wait.
that 30k goes, then it's a clear fold.
Sure.
I mean, I think it's a fold anyway, and he does make the fold, but it's like, if it's a cuspy one, I'll just wait a second. I'll find out.
بدي كول بشو؟
It's great. I love it.
كيف باونتي الآن.
A lot of fun for us in the booth. Hope you're enjoying it at home.
Yeah, I've just had it confirmed from our illustrious Mubritas, who is emceeing the prize draw. But yeah, Vladimir did win the 20k, the 17k, but he also won a 10k just for that as well. That's insane. He's won 47,000 in 3 bounties.
Wow. Oh, he's only had 3.
Well, okay. 3 he's pulled have been worth 40. I don't know how many he's had, but I mean, it's hard to have more than 3 at this stage.
Sure.
But in just 3 pools, he's got 47k. First prize, remember, 26k. The biggest bounty, 30k. He's approaching winning first prize in both parts of the prize pool.
First place in the tournament, first in bounties.
Without pulling the big one or winning. Like, that's wild.
Some people are very good at this format. That's all I can say.
Hanabai then in the cutoff. 21 blinds. Is going to give it a little sniff here.
Yeah, somewhat awkward. He is going for this larger sizing again. On this final table bubble.
High dart in the big blind. Let's see how he reacts to this, because this may sort of make it clear whether we like this. Yeah, see, if you get an 8-6 to fold, then kind of like it.
Yeah.
I mean, Queen 9 suited, obviously plenty good hand, but I would certainly maybe raise a few pips wider if I know I can make 8-6 fold in this situation, because 8-6 is really incentivized to call, but slightly larger size elicited a fold.
I think it's one of these strategies that if your opponents start to click on, you know, to the fact, you know, I don't want to say that he's not balanced and that he wouldn't do it with aces still. We haven't, of course, been privy to that to see what he would do. But one problem with it is you do give your opponents a pretty good sort of price to reshove on you, right? You know, there's more money in the pot already when you've opened large, and when they get to shove on you, they can pick up that extra money. But it's one of these, if it isn't broke, don't fix it, so to speak. Working for him so far.
Yeah, Vladimir had 3 pools.
That's
20K,
insane.
17K, 10K.
3 bounties, and he's pulled 47k. Right, get him on the WhatsApp list for whenever you're in Vegas and you need someone to pull your bounty for you.
Just get him on the WhatsApp video call if he can't make it. Hey.
Either him or Roberto Romanello, that's the two.
Roberto.
40.
Tula Berganoff going to open as well. Blinds have gone up to 10k, 20k, so his 40k open is a min. High dart. Oh, interesting spot with the ace-8 suited in the small. Two of the biggest stacks.
You would imagine that we're going to want to play this hand. A couple of ways to approach it. I think call certainly fine.
Yes.
In some of these weak hands.
Seems,
I like it.
Yeah, if it was a little shallower, I guess it's kind of easy to 3-bet jam, but it gets awkward, doesn't it, around this sort of 30 big blind stack size on a final table bubble.
Hand's little, of course, going to be too strong to want to 3-bet fold also versus a button open.
Scary looking board for Tulip Berganoff in the fact that you'd expect Haidar to have some of this, but at the same time, he's got the backdoor spades, he's got the king working, but he is just going to check it back for now, obviously electing to perhaps fire out a delayed c-bet, and perhaps a card he might do it on, hoping perhaps Haidar has a hand like this, or maybe a small pocket pair that elected not to jam pre.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think I quite like it. You know, we can make a hand like, you know, 3s, 4s, 5s fold later on down the streets here anyway.
And hence we see this sort of size 2.5 blind bet on the turn, a little larger, just really trying to target exactly those kind of hands. So nicely played.
Very well done.
And Haidar, not much you can do.
So 9-handed final table, James, to confirm. It will be, right?
I think it should be, yeah. Obviously, they haven't played 8-handed, but usually take an odd number to a final table for obvious reasons, hand for hand, on the final table bubbles. A little bit of calm falling across the table as Haidar looks down at suited ace once more. This time though on the button, an open pot. He raises and Said with an easy jam here for 250k. 12.5 blinds, the ace queen, and Haidar, one feels, has no real option but to contest this one.
It doesn't look happy about it. Another one of those snap reshoves.
Yeah, but I mean, it's only 12 blinds and there's a bounty on the line. Throw those extra chips in the pot and you're getting a great price.
250?
Yeah, I do agree.
Kind of, you could never be in bad. You can never be, with a suited ace, it can never be bad, right? Unless you're up against aces. It's the only hand you probably don't have the price against. With these additional bounty chips in play.
Looks like the crying call is coming.
Yeah, he kind of, it didn't feel good to him, but I think it's one of those. If you got showed ace queen, he'd still have to call.
Yeah.
So then, here we go. 500,000 chip pot. Lebanon v Lebanon. Ace 9-9 was a terrible flop for ace 6. Bar the diamond on board. Can't even hit a 6 now, but a king, a 9, an ace would produce a chop.
King of diamonds, is it?
Deuce of clubs. Not ideal. So just those chop outs at this point.
Ace 9.
Yeah, ace 9 king will do it. Yeah, the diamond too late.
One more diamond.
3 مرات صرت مدوبل مني انت؟
شو بدي اعمل شو عم اجيني ايد على ايدك مع قصدين شو بدي العب يعني؟
ولعت الاير هيدي يا عمي.
صدقت شفت معنا؟ شفت دغري كبيت الفيشه مع بان طلعت.
Yeah, unfortunate spot for Haidar as we see Said scoop in the double.
Oui, oui, c'est le crayon. Еще туз открыл?
Huge pickup as we approach this final table, and again, he's boshed his way back into it.
I like it.
Chance to knock players out. So important.
We're not going to allow Lapin credit, are we, for a new, you know, for a new, I don't know, tagline for the mystery bounties?
If someone was going to tell you that there's a phrase, bosh your way back into it, would you ever imagine Lapin was the one to have coined that? He's such a, you know,
refined.
Low-key, yeah, like...
You'd expect a little bit more finesse.
Right.
Right.
You know, I mean, he's Irish, but he's pretty fancy Irish.
You can't hold it against him.
I mean, he's more of a cultured man. But then bosh your way back in.
Way back in, yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe he's tired.
50.
It's been a long day.
Philip Berganoff back at it again. 2.5x with his ace-queen O from the 1 seat. And everyone just going that slightly larger sizing. The farm tail bubble and bounties at play. Alibi, ace-9 suited in the small. Ooh, hello. This is a decision.
Yeah, relatively close spot for sure, 5-handed.
Yeah.
We are facing that 2.5x, as you said, James.
That just makes it so much more enticing to jam, right? There's just
Exactly.
more in there. You know Tulip Berganoff is more than capable of being in here pretty liberally. And there we go. He does make the jam. Alibi
wait,
ripping
hang
it
on.
in.
Oh, he did jam, right? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I thought you said call for a moment.
And Tulip Berganoff going to inquire as the number, but when he finds out the answer is, what, 16 blinds, surely we'll be calling. But again, nothing wrong with just taking a moment, assessing the situation. Hey, maybe seeing if someone's about to pull a bounty. No, without bounties, this would still be a call, wouldn't it?
Sure. It looks incredibly unhappy. Just feels like one of those, right? Where you just again,
calling off 16 blinds is a lot of chips in a tournament, but
here we
what
go.
can you do? He's like, oh, I'm probably just going to get shown 10s or ace-king, but no, ace-9, great news. Of course, we saw he 3-bet jammed ace-7 before. Obviously a different situation when you're covering someone. But here we go. Alibi, he's on his feet. He is the one at risk. Tulip Berganoff, if he holds, will take 1,000,000 chips into this final table. Alibi, though, if he were to find the 9, would have just shy of 700,000 tournament chips. 6-6 deuce brings in the possibility of a chop. 5 working that way as well. We'll need to find a 5 deuce for a chop. 9 still for the win. Will Tulip Berganoff take out another and take us to the final table? That is the case. As the 4 of clubs rolls off, completes the board, sends Alibi out in 10th place.
Yeah, good game to him. Good run, sir. Not too much to be done. 5-handed, very reasonable 3-bet shove.
Yeah.
With that suited ace-9, you know, you expect it to get through.
There was
enough of the time.
It felt like there was a lot in that brief passage of play that was just the cards are the cards and poker is poker. Let's get these hands in. Didn't really seem there was particularly too many big deviations, really many options.
No, I'm with you. Sometimes the money's just going in.
The 8's fold is perhaps the only one where we were like a little bit surprised. Everything else kind of played out as we expected. So, final table is reached. Tulip Berganoff holding his bounty chip. Is he going to draw that now? Will we stay with him as he does that? All these questions we'll know the answer to in a few seconds. We are just a minute or so from a break, so I hope that means we are staying with it. It looks like he's keen. What's he saying? Yes. Is he?
Oh, yes, he's in.
Yep. Well, let's have a look. This is how our feature table finishes. It is Tulip Berganoff with, as I mentioned, just over 1,000,000 chips having won that pot. That will equate to 51 blinds when this final table kicks off. Andre Daniliuk will have 30. Side and Hyder will bring in the 2 shorter stacks in. Let's get rid of this leaderboard. Get it off my screen. Here we go. Let's see. Before we go on break, will he pull the big one? The big one, 30K, is still out there. Tulip Berganoff just pulled the 10K, courtesy of the aces versus kings. Oh, he's taking his time.
Deep.
This is it. I'm calling
about
it.
vibes. Are you feeling it?
I'm calling it. This could be the big one.
I think this is it?
I'm just saying it could be.
Nah. I'm going 1,200.
Oh, no, that much attention and care to it? You're telling me this is 1,200?
I think he overthought it.
Maybe. Let's have a look.
I like how the way he gives us the full sweat.
I think you're right, the 2. You're right.
Yeah.
$1,200 for Tulip Berganoff. Third on the pile with the rest, but he's going to have 1,000,000 chips coming to this final table. Will be one of the big stacks. And confirmation, of course, the 30K is still in there. That's what we're playing for. A couple of beautiful merit trophies. The Joker trophy. And, of course, the merit one. You get 2 trophies for this. That's nice. Maybe one for the biggest bounty. That would be right. You get the... No, maybe you get the 30K. That's enough. So there we go. It's confirmation. That's how things stand at this table. We will mix them all together. And when we come back in what looks like just 20 minutes from now, we will have the final table of this, the first event here at the Dolce Vita series. It is called the Joker Mystery Bounty final day. We will see you very shortly.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizzo.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely. All the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good.
As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
journey starts now. Merit Starlet.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. Looks lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. Looks lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
All the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
journey starts now. Merit Starlet.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. Looks lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
The great ancient Roman poet Virgil is credited with the line veiling truth in mystery. Well, tonight at the Merit Casino Hotel and Resort in beautiful Corinian, North Cyprus, we are opening envelopes and unveiling mystery bounties. My name is David Lappin. I'm alongside Andrew Headley, and it's time for the Merit Poker Dolce Vita Mystery Bounty Final Table. Andrew, you've been here for the last hour. You've seen the carnage.
It has indeed been chaotic, Mr. Lappin. I mean, I have to give a little bit of love to that intro. You do have a way with words with these. You know, great Greek philosophers and the like. I'm always, you know me a little bit more off the cuff.
I hate to push back, but he was Roman and I was keeping with the Italian theme, but, you know, it's okay.
Hate to push back your arse. Right. Let's have a quick look, guys, at this final table lineup. Headed up by Mr. Mehmet Dalkilic, 62 big blinds, David. Tulip Berganov, who went on a little bit of a tear pre-final table. You were saying about the carnage. He got disposed with a couple of his fellow gladiators. There you go.
Nice.
Working with 50 bigs. Vladimir Malyarchuk, 47 big blinds. And the king of merit, as I like to call him, Georgi Shulukia, 31 big blinds. Closely followed by Daniliuk, his fellow Russian, round about 30 bigs, both very experienced players, of course. Then round to the shorter stacks, we have Eli Said, 27 bigs, Ibrahim Ghassan and Safi Haidar, both with around about 20 big blinds. And, you know, last but not least, working with a shade under 10 bigs, Haitam. And I missed the surname because I was too busy giving a very laboured intro.
Well, what's noticeable there is when I left the booth only an hour ago, Saeed had taken that body blow. He lost the big one with ace-king against tens and queens, which would have seen him right at the top of the pile. And I think he was left with 8 bigs at the end of that hand. So he's obviously mounted a wee comeback over the course of the last hour or so. And Ghassan, of course, was our short stack, or one of our very shortest stacks coming into the day. Got that spin up, got a couple of bounties along the way, and now is up, you know, here at the final table. He is one of the shorter stacks, but, you know, he's spun his way back into it a few times already.
Yeah, and with this kind of turbo-y structure, we referenced it earlier, 25-minute clock. So there's plenty of room, you know. If you get a spin in this type of structure, David, then off you go. So we get a little final table picture of our intrepid competitors. Very friendly, very friendly atmosphere.
It's very friendly, except for Georgie, who just looks so threatening and boss right there.
It reminds me of that old picture, I don't know if you remember. It was like a Arsenal squad picture of Ashley Cole standing on the end looking like he just wasn't part of it. Oh, there you go, he's in there now. It's more of a boy band vibe.
It's a scrum. It's the back row of the scrum. Yeah, I think he'd be a decent hooker, actually. Oh, better be careful about the double meanings there. I'm talking rugby here, guys, just clear.
30,000 for me.
Oh, manifesting.
Okay, so, well, there you go, because he has pointed out and led us right nicely into the fact that the 30K is still up for grabs. I know is it the 17 and the 20 have been taken, but not the 30 yet.
One player in 3 pools pulled the 17, the 20 and the 10.
Ouch.
47K in 3 pools. But yeah, the big one is still there, David. So 30K, the biggest bounty, still available. Always adds in an interesting wrinkle for us. And it was seat 1, 100%. Pulled the 3 big ones. Well, three of the big ones, excuse me. And that is Malyarchuk.
So if he were to pull the 30K, he would have a quarter of the prize pool in bounties alone.
7K,
wow,
potentially, in bounties.
That means you are lying.
Okay, good luck to me.
Good luck to you. Enough. What
That's pretty wild, though, right? Pulling a 27. Sorry, 27, 17, 20, and 10 in just 3 pulls.
47?
That's magic.
17, 10, 20. I don't know.
What's his name?
Everyone looks so happy for him.
That's my favourite bit of the mystery bounties, especially live, when everyone is just anti-railing you so hard.
Yeah.
Like, you know they are. I was saying that we had one in Dublin a few years ago at the Irish Open, and the lowest amount was 1K. And they would pause it every time for someone to pull the envelope. And everyone's just chanting, 1K, 1K, 1K. And of course, every time it was revealed, massive cheers go up, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe a few hand signals at the person that pulled the envelope. And then, of course, when they pull a big one, just despair, desolation, sadness. The old thumbs down, like in, what was that in Gladiator? What's his name? Joaquin Phoenix?
Joaquin Phoenix,
Giving the old thumbs down. Right, speaking of thumbs up, we're back into the action, guys, at this FT. Dalkalic going to open the action with the Queen 10 off. Chip leader here, 1.2 million.
Yeah, it's a good chip lead and a great spot to really, you know, nudge into these guys here. He wants to play a lot of hands from a lot of seats, doesn't want any of the short stacks getting knocked out by somebody else, wants to be in there in the mix if he can be. Interesting to see if anyone deploys a limping strategy as well. Sometimes can be quite neatly deployed in the Mystery Bounty format, especially when deep. We see here, obviously, a defend from Georgie in the big blind, and he could get into trouble here.
Yeah, absolutely. Flops, middle pair, and backdoor straight draw. Not going to go anywhere here for 30K. Quickly check calls. Does improve here. That gut shot, straight draw, now materializing on the 7 of diamonds turn. Quick check, check. Quite like this from Dalkalic. You know, this 7 of diamonds. Very likely to be a better card for the big blind than us. Georgi going to go for a little block.
Oh, wow, look at that. Just recognizing that he can sort of polarize himself here. I like the deft little check back, not just because it was one of his weaker queens, but also for exactly the reason you said there. The 4-5 gets there, the 6-7 gets there. But look at this, really willing to just sort of like seize upon what looks like a blocker here.
Yeah, very interesting. Whether he just thinks that Georgi's sort of block size, David, is going to be more weighted to these sort of weaker one-pairish holdings, looking to get sort of thin value. Quite impressed to see him find jam quite so quickly on river. It's not an, you know, an insubstantial amount of chips, right? 500K or so behind for Georgi. Well played, Dalkalic.
Yeah, and he gives Georgie a real head scratcher there because the two can't really improve him ever unless he literally has pocket deuces. So it's sort of saying, like, I have a hand that I'm happy to jam that I didn't want to put more money in with the turn. Go figure that one out.
Yeah, credit to him for making that read so quickly. You know, Queen 10 seems pretty razor thin to be shoving to me.
Yep.
Did think there could be some consideration of raise non-all in. Maybe look to milk a little extra value, but does decide to ship it in. Well played. I was saying to James, as you were on your well-earned break, kind of selfishly want that 30k to remain into the sort of three-handed, four-handed, like, because you don't see it very often, right, in these tournaments. Often it just disappears, you know, off the prize pool earlier in the piece, because it really will change things a lot, right? Like, if that 30k is still there and there's 3 of you left, what, third place is 11k, right? And if there's a 30k in there,
oh yeah, it changes everything. We see here one of the shorter stacks here, Al-Maimar. Was he the shorty? I think he might have been second shortest or shortest. Ace-9 here. Looks like he's going to flat.
This is very curious. Not sure I like it. You know, you do just invite the big blind along here with a lot of different holdings. As we see Haidar now gets to complete with a suited king. Not too sure what this achieves, David, to flat. And now...
Well, it might be...
Could be curtains.
Game, set, match for Al-Maimar here.
Goodness me, look at Daniliuk here, flopping bottom 2.
This could get super messy, actually.
This could be very messy. Going to be a confusing spot, David, I think, for Daniliuk, thinking, what type of hands is Al-Maimar going to want to flat here?
Al-Maimar gets away. Astonishing.
I mean, I guess thinking that this is a super strong C-bet. And goodness me, Haidar jams. I mean, 225k more.
I don't think you're getting away with bottom two here.
I don't think we can fold.
Can certainly have, you know, even a really good hand like Ace King with the King of Hearts. You're doing pretty well against.
Going to be a bunch of pair and flush draw, potentially even a hand like the Naked King of Hearts. Even just an ace, David, right? With maybe ace-8 with an 8 of hearts in there. Yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, he gets the bad news for now. He does have some outs, but I'm not sure he could have got away from that one. And yeah, had the ace-9 shoved it in, Haidar would have got out of the way, and Daniliuk would have no doubt snapped it off to try and take the bounty, and would have been in pretty good shape right now to do so.
Inconsequential. King of clubs on the turn. Daniliuk looking for a queen or a jack. Or Haidar going to have a huge double here, nearly going at the FT. Not to be. 7 of spades completes the board. Huge double for Haidar. Big body blow for Daniliuk. Down to 12 big blinds early here at the final table.
Yeah, you mentioned there the big bounty staying in play until right till the very end. I had the pleasure of commentating on a tournament in Bratislava about a week ago, and that's exactly what happened. We got down to three-handed play and the very biggest bounty still in play. And what created a really interesting dynamic was we had one prohibitive big stack who had about 70% of the chips. We had one incredibly small stub, 5% of the chip stack. One guy in the middle with about 1/3 of the big stack. But of course he wants to take that shot at the bounty because the bounty was worth more than the first place basically at that point as well. So all the incentive, but of course not wanting to allow that to even happen. It was like a race to get it in first.
Sure.
And actually could create a spot where the guy who was really sure could ladder by just folding 2. So it was really interesting dynamics and actually created sort of spots where everyone's trying to steal each other's opportunities. So yeah, let's hope that happens just for the chaos.
This makes it a lot more fun and challenging to commentate on also. But that was like a little bit of hidden, like, sort of run bad for Daniliuk there, right? Like, you're sort of thinking, like, why is the button not just put this in and all of a sudden I have to get 350k in post here in a situation that you wouldn't normally expect to find yourself in, as we see Al-Maimar now decide the time is right 6.5 bigs, David, and it goes. King Jack.
Yeah, and a slam dunker, I think, here for Georgie. With even a weak ace here, he can be ahead. And even if he's not, with all that extra money effectively in the pot, he's generating the right price.
Oh, and round to Malyarchuk, which, of course, in a normal tournament, we would quickly fold here.
That's a close one.
It is close.
That's a pretty close one, to be honest. He's not thought too much about it, but that was close.
Yeah, it does release it pretty quickly. Georgi looking to land the first knockout blow.
Like, Georgi could be isolating very, very light here.
For sure. Certainly surprised to see him fold quite so quickly with that big bounty still in play. Well, what a flop. Queen 3-3, all but curtains for Al Maimar. Does have a backdoor straight draw. Of course, Georgi with the ace of hearts, blocking any potential heart-heart runouts. 7 of spades on the turn. Gonna seal it, David. Lose our first player at the final. Al Maimar, GG, sir.
And I wonder if we'll take a moment to see if Georgie's going to pull this bounty right away, or will he sort of sit on it for a while, let the guy stew? I think he'd probably go get it.
1K, 1K.
We had a lovely moment right before you entered the fray earlier, Andrew, where right after the hands had all been finished, Georgie went up to the tombola.
Oh, here he comes.
Decided he was going to pull one. And we could see the countdown was like we had 8 seconds left of screen time, and he was doing a slow pull.
Oh no!
Pull it, we have to see it. And he pulls the smallest one, and then basically, you know, sort of faked like he was going to hurt Nilbudas, like he was angry at him, and then we cut the cameras.
Brilliant.
Anyway, it looks like Georgie. I think
he pulled it. I don't think.
I don't think he pulled it, but I think he might have like searched for a friend. I think he might have a lucky friend out there, and I've seen that happen in this room during the mystery bounties. I had the privilege of calling a mystery bounty here on my very first visit to Merit, and a lot of people believe in the lucky friend.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Mr. Romanello was getting requests left, right, and centre in Vegas, being a mystery bounty professional puller. Who would you choose if you had to? All right, we'll come back to it.
Oh my goodness me,
Georgi, you are in trouble, sir.
Oh, this is not nice for Georgi. He's just picked up a bounty, and he's in deep trouble here against Dalkalic, who well covers.
Against the chip leader also, this is going to be nasty business.
What a cruel game for, you know, 1 second you're feeling like you're on top of the world about to pull a big bounty.
My goodness.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Dealer, what are you doing to us here?
Goodness me. Tulip Berganoff cold finds ace-king. 50 big blinds deep. I mean, it's incredibly tough to get away from this.
And I think you're incentivized to just lamp it. I think you just send it here for 205 in the middle. If you can get folds, it's a pretty cool outcome.
It looks like he's gone for the non-all-in. I believe he announced 230. And it is potentially going to give him a chance here to get away.
Yeah, faced with 2 shoves, which we presume are coming.
I mean,
this is an opportunity to get away, although it's still ace-king.
Tell you something, Georgi could fold here. Like, what's Dalkalic's range here to 5-bet jam here from under the gun against the only stack that can hurt him in Tulip Berganov?
Wow.
Tell you something, Georgi.
Oh, you want to make sure.
There you go, snap folds.
You want to make sure. He said the words all in, but he did say it in a questioning way. And you want to be careful with that in my book.
Goodness me.
Wow, what a fold.
I mean, credit to Georgi. We've said before, his instincts are amongst the best in the business here at Merit. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? If you think about the range that Dalkalic is just going to pile it in with here, it really is.
It's aces, kings, and ace-king.
Very occasional queens, which I don't think is going to be in there that often. And all of a sudden, oh wow, Tulip Berganov though, gonna run it. What a massive pot here early at the final table. 2.15 million chips. Destiny of this tournament could be getting, you know, you don't want to say decided, but this is massive.
Dalkalic has just requested to run it twice.
Understandably so.
Yeah, those very vulnerable Django's right now.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, Georgie!
What's going on?
The lucky friend!
And it's Queen Jack Jack. Georgie folding pocket queens. He's not seen it. He's having a selfie. It's all going off. Goodness me, Tulip Bergenhoff now clinging on by a thread. Needs to find an ace or a 10. And it's a 10 on the turn!
It's chaos here!
Oh my goodness me. Out of nowhere, about to take the tournament chip lead. If he can fade a jack or a king, and he has done so.
Wow, so a forlorn Dalkilic with the best hand is now crippled down to 380k. Tulip Bergenhoff spikes that 10 ball on the turn. Geordie wasn't even watching, but he flopped them all dead. But he didn't mind because he was pulling a 30k bounty out of the tombola.
Goodness me, welcome back to Merit. What a 60 seconds of action. Oh, you got a feel for Dalkilic there. Tournament in the palm of his hand. If he holds, can't do it.
Simultaneously, one guy has
and the 30k goes as well.
And the 30k goes on the other side.
How's your luck? Goodness me, a lot to dissect.
Easy fold, Dalkilic, just telling Tulip Bergenhoff.
It is. I mean, I would fold. Like, what, you're hoping that you're shopping? Like,
yeah.
Ace King suited is like the best case scenario. Goodness me. Georgie saves this tournament with a great fold and then pulls the 30k. I said this to Demps. What a magnificently nonsense format. I love it. So good.
Next time I will bring my friend with me.
Credit to the technical team there, by the way.
Oh yeah, they
Just
didn't miss a minute.
They didn't miss a beat, did they?
No.
Even got the selfie in.
Yeah, we have the biggest showdown in the tournament so far, and we still managed to whip round and find a player pulling an envelope who wasn't even in the tournament.
Bob, if I win a bounty...
I know, I was looking at him. I was like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Right now, there's nothing left.
Georgie's gone again.
10,000 still. Yeah.
Right, focus Andrew, focus David. Back into the action. Saeed here, ace-queen. Makes it 40k. Interesting now, because I think that's basically all the big bounties have now gone. Oh, how's this for a troll?
Back-to-back Django's for Dalkilic here. He is going to get called and looked up here by Saeed. Can they hold this time, Andrew?
Goodness me. Conclusive proof we are living in a simulation. It's the kings. I mean, if he can hold here, he's going to be back up second or third in chips, I think.
Are they the same two kings as well? I think they are.
Might well be. Here he comes.
Eli Saeed in there. Obviously an easy decision for him. 750k, very much back in it if Dalkilic can win this one, if he can get the hold. Oh, well, he should be okay this time.
Pretty good start on the king 9-5 two-spade board. Just fading runner Broadway.
Yeah, average stack right now about 800k, so this is basically back to average for Dalkilic. Not bad. Doesn't look like a man who's feeling that great about it, it's got to be said. I get a laugh now, finally.
Rivers quads. What a few minutes here. Dalkilic steadies the ship. And we can breathe.
Yeah, Ellie's done nothing wrong there. He's going to be our short stack now, but ace queen, too much hand.
Yeah, I think especially when your opponent has just been obliterated, you know, and lost a million chips from their stack just a few moments before.
35, that's right. You are waiting for your friend for the bounty. The bounty is gone, my friend. You should kill your friend.
Yes. I didn't think.
So I think they're all asking if the friend can pull theirs next time. And what a chip lead that is for Tulip Bergenhoff. My goodness me, 2.145 million. Second in chips, Malyarchuk, just 880k. That is basically chip average right now. That 800k mark is pretty much the average. So everyone else sub-average because of that huge stack.
Yeah, bunch of middling stacks. Haidar, Dalkilic on 30 bigs or so. Georgie, Gassan, both in the sort of 17 to 22 big blind realm. And the two shorties, Daniliuk and, of course, LA Said, who just lost that big all-in, the ace-queen, against the kings of Mehmet Dalkalic. We are down to 8. Of course, going to play through right through to the conclusion of this tournament. Myself and David will be here, and we'll be rejoined by Mr. James Dempsey a little later on.
Russia, Georgia, Ukraine, same. Why you make war? I don't understand.
All in.
And here goes Saeed. Look at this non-stop real hand after real hand.
Well, under the gun's about to get gobbled up by a big blind and big blind ante. It feels like Hassan might have to isolate there. He gets away somehow.
Yeah, potentially now this tournament really is becoming more vanilla, so to speak. All the big bounties are now out of the way. But Malyarchuk, undeterred, decides pocket fives is strong enough. Against this sort of 7 big blind jam, tough to blame him. Likely ahead of the range of Saeed under the gun. Tulip Berganov asking for a count.
Well, he has a little think there, a little shorthand for you guys. Now with that 30k bounty missing, the value of an average bounty probably something in the region of 3k. Obviously, when this bounty portion of the tournament started, it was around 5.5.
Yeah.
So it has been radically reduced, while at the same time, that proportion of chips, which is probably something around 60k in chips, isn't going to mean as much in all of these pots. So absolutely right, Andrew. Much more, you know, likely to approach this one like a vanilla tournament. Now, maybe, you know, pull a couple of extra hands into the range, but not really much more than that.
Absolutely, I'm with you. Round to Daniliuk. Didn't see what his holdings were, but does get out of the way. We're going to have our third all-in and call in as many hands here. Malyarchuk in your picture, already been the beneficiary of 47k in bounties. Looking to secure another one. See if he can hold here against the ace-king of Saeed. And is holding so far through to the 9-6 deuce board.
Malyarchuk feeling rather invincible at the moment.
47,000.
Oh, look at that.
Invincible is right, Mr. Lappin. 5 of clubs on the turn seals the deal. We do lose Eli Said in 8th place. Good run, sir. Good start to the week here. The Dolce Vita series out here in Merritt. Good game, sir, as Malyarchuk secures another bounty.
Yeah, for those of you wondering how we're doing the maths on this one, and sort of, you know, a lot of the adjustments in Mystery Bounties are a mathematical thing. There is a great book on the market, Mystery Bounty Strategy by Darrow Kearney and Barry Carter, which I would highly recommend. Talks about all the necessary adjustments at the different phases of the game, you know, be that just after the bounties have been introduced, or indeed the end game, and how actually there's sort of 2 competing forces here. One is the ICM, which is, you know, guys wanting to try and ladder and get to these higher prizes, and if they can do that, if they can cockroach their way from 2.5k up to 26k, that's very good. But at the same time, if they're bounty hunting, it pushes it the other way. Actually, sometimes, particularly around this phase of the tournament, I remember this from the book, 7, 8 left, you can often have a kind of a neutralizing effect, and actually you end up being very chipsy, for want of a better phrase. You just play chip
very
EV.
chipsy, I like
very
it.
chipsy at this stage.
Yeah.
And you can kind of play a chip EV game.
I like to kind of imagine it as, like, you know, in various sitcoms where you see the little angel and devil on each shoulder. And what one of them's you being like, be chipsy. And the other one's Dara being like, be bounty. I don't know. What is it? Be ICM-y, I don't know. Anyway, I digress. Back to Dalkalic. Hasn't had a moment to breathe. Did he just sent it in here with Jax? I think he might have shoved.
Yeah, I think he's just decided these lads will call me.
Interesting decision. 30 big blinds. Just decides the 3-bet jam.
It's definitely a hand that, in this format, you can induce.
I would have thought so too. Does feel like a little bit of a waste of a hand to me against the chip leader open. But content to just take this one down.
Yeah, and do you know what's going on here? It's kind of that feeling of upstuckedness. You know, he's actually picking up a few chips there. They're not making him feel very happy because he's remembering the stack he had and the stack he feels he should have had after that
There's
hand.
nothing worse.
You played at the end and you win. No, I was chip leader when we started the day. One single bounty.
И все остальное там шляпа, да? 2200.
Yes.
But you're still here. I'm still here. Good for me, huh?
I love Haidar. He just looks permanently a little bit grumpy.
I'm so glad we've got the mics turned way up on these guys. They're going to produce most of the good insights themselves, I think.
Back round 2, Dalglish gets out of the way. Daniliuk just always a massive, he's just constantly deep in these tournaments whenever we come over to,
so true.
to bring you guys the coverage. Anyway, round 2, Hassan, ace-jack of clubs, powerhouse hand in the small.
Yeah, I expected this to just be sent blindly blind.
I don't mind going for the induce here.
No.
You know, very valuable hand blind on blind.
$15,000 total. 1-5, 1-2, and maybe.
I guess one of the positives there also against a player as experienced as Georgi, who's going to find the correct reshoves, right, with some hands that might just fold to jam. It's going to continue with some hands that we have dominated, some Jack X type holdings.
Все это уже. Все, ты завязывай, больше не играй. Она масть где нужна. Такой турнир специально, где масть проверяется. Ну да, если.
Very jovial final table, isn't it?
Yeah, these boys are enjoying the novelty of the format, and I think
I like it. It's great for us. It's fun. It's a fun one to cover.
Yeah, well,
maybe we
I said this with James before he came in the booth. Obviously, the norm has been we would cover the warm-up, the main event, the high roller, and maybe a little cheeky cash game or a PLO cash game in the late night on one of the other days. But throwing in one of these more novelty tournaments is great because it sort of showcases the variety of stuff that we have going on. Obviously, even though we have these kind of core daytime events, there's always these nighttime 1Ks popping off, 600 turbos and the lot. So, you know, if you do want to consider a trip here, it doesn't have to be the high roller 5K and the 3K main. You could actually come over here and play that warm-up, which is like a main event, to be honest, and lots of 1K and sub 1K sides as well.
Sure. On your neck, like you're tired,
I mean, this one itself generated a really chunky prize pool, considering it's early in the festival, right? You know, 30K or so for the win, 30K top bounty. Beautiful.
You have a backdoor straight, huh?
No, King High, good.
Okay.
Yeah, this venue really comes into its own in the summertime. Obviously, we've been here at winter, and it's a beautiful place to come any time of the year. We love the buffet. We'll talk about the buffet a lot this week. But, you know, the pools, the outdoor pools, the beautiful pier that they've built, multiple piers, in fact. Gorgeous beach right there, 2-minute walk from the hotels. Yeah, this place is just an absolutely wonderful summer destination. And yeah, even though it's right on the heels of Vegas, I think people are coming in right now. But I think as maybe the week wears on, like, because next week is arguably going to be bigger again.
Sure.
I think we're going to have a lot of people here.
100%.
Those guarantees going to be smashed.
Oh, action on Daniliuk. Just out of your camera shot. Queen 10 suited. Time to go. Just a shade over 7 big blinds from the hijack. Hassan, another one of these very awkward spots, David. Pocket threes, we're not loving it.
No, but you know what? I said that it should be a very small extra matter of, like, add 60K to the pot here.
Sure.
This might be exactly the kind of hand that now sneaks in.
I agree.
It's borderline, and now because of the potential of taking a bounty, maybe, just maybe, it's justified. And I actually do like the proactivity of taking this, but he's got to accumulate if he wants to take some more bounties, which are still a small factor in the overall here.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the payouts right now, 4,200 for next out, and, you know, we're only laddering 1K for the next payout, and then just 1,200 more for the one after. Hassan deciding that let's try and get some chips going. Makes sense. Queen of Hearts in the window. Flip-flops those equities. Daniliuk, huge favorite now. 95%.
I think you are right.
Hassan looking for a 3 or backdoor hearts.
5 of hearts.
There's one of them. 6 of hearts on the turn.
2 of hearts. Black card.
All of a sudden, Hassan.
My friend is gonna draw my
You can see top of your screen, 7 live hearts. Does brick out to the Jack of Clubs river. Timely double up for Daniliuk. I'm with you, David. Difficult to blame Hassan there for taking a shot.
I quite like it because you can knock out an opponent, get the ladder and get the bounty and get to a stack that can maybe challenge. I think there's a lot of very good proactive reasons for it.
Yeah. I guess it's just one of those sort of uncomfortable adjustments that you need to make in this format, right? You know, normally at a final table there, 3s would just turbo go into the muck.
Yeah.
Of course, for all the reasons you just illustrated, Hassan decides to go for it.
Yeah, I also don't think there should be much edge passing at this stage. I think Hassan's actually in the lion's den here. There's a lot of very, very good players at the table. I think he should probably be happy to ramp up variance in these kinds of spots. And with the turbo format, 25-minute clock's basically a turbo. I don't think you want to edge pass at all, really.
Yeah. Really has been fast and furious at this final. We've had about 5 all-in calls already. Round to Georgi. Ace-Jack off in the cutoff. Makes it 50K to go. Should fold through to our chip leader, Tulip Bergenov. Very dusty looking 7-4 off. One thing I will say, when you have such an overwhelming chip lead, you do get to do a lot of defending, like even wider than normal. You know, there are lots of boards that you get to just start to lead, like, you know, very, very often into these sort of midland stacks. But gives Georgi respect.
Yeah, completely agree, Andrew. I think basically the ability to apply some post-flop ICM pressure on your opponent means that you should over-realize and they should under-realize. Now, the positional situation means that they should over-realize and you should under-realize. But again, there's a bit of neutralization there, and actually that brings a hand like 7-4 potentially into the defending range. I actually quite like it, particularly when you've got such an abusively big stack and you could take another bounty.
That's it, right? Yeah, I was a little surprised to see him fold so quickly, but you know. Besides, discretion, better part of valor on this occasion. Background to him here in the small blind, 10-8 of clubs. Does decide to limp. Dalkalic here, suited ace. Mr. Lappin is motioning to check. I think Dalkalic has had enough of... Okay, I thought he said all in. Oh, he did. He did jam. Okay, well, that's one way to play it.
Yeah, 27 bigs. I think we're all in support of, you know, something in the low 20s, but the high 20s seems
I think it's more, right? I think it's 30 plus.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. It is over 30.
I'm with you. I would have liked to see check here. You know, have some nice coverage on the ace-high boards, all that good stuff that can happen. Small blind's going to go on the attack against us. Dalkalic deciding aggression is the way.
It's over. Big blinds.
Yeah, that was a very large shove. Again, there's some shorter stacks out there. Him trying to navigate his way into the top 3, very realistic possibility here. In fact, I think he might actually be sitting in 3rd place right now.
It's a strange shove in my eyes. Perhaps just deciding, you know, it's one of these hands. It's like it's going to work 9 out of 10 times, but the one time it doesn't is never ideal. In any case, back we go. Haidar in the hijack. Queen Jack off. Makes it 55K, and the Cowboys have made their way back onto this feature table, into the hands of Malyarchuk in the cutoff.
What do you think about a flat here?
I like it.
Kind of like it because there's actually a bit of a murderer's row behind him.
Sure.
And he can throw out row, particularly someone like Dalkalic who may pounce. He has gone for the 3-bet, more standard play maybe. I'm going to guess in Solverland we mix mostly raises, but we do flat a little bit.
Yeah, I'm with you. Chip leader behind you. You have Dalkalic, who might be a little steamed in the small blind.
That's the main reason, I'm going to be honest, I'm going for it. I'm seeing how he's playing in that sort of hyper-aggressive, clunky all-in mode now, and I'm thinking, oh, this could, let's create a perfect spot for him.
Also with Daniliuk in the big, with sort of 14, 15 bigs, he can complete and want to get it in with one pair on a lot of boards.
And our chip leader's behind us, right behind us. So, yeah, I think there's quite a few good reasons to play that one a little more trappily.
Yeah, I'm with you. As it stands, Haidar unable to defend versus 3-bet. And on we go. One thing I do love about Merit, it's always so fast.
Yes, oh my goodness,
the action is never, nobody takes much time, which is beautiful for us in the booth.
Yeah, dealers are absolutely top drawer here.
Yeah, they really are. Let's see how wide Tulip Bergenov wants to sort of try and apply pressure. Does decide to fold the suited 9.
Surely we're not going to see an all-in here from Dalkalic. He's got to use this ace-queen.
He won't jam this one.
Looks like 60k? Yeah. And Daniliuk with a genuine spot here. It will probably a compulsory spot, to be honest. Dalkalic should be in there with a lot of raise folds from that seat. King Jack will play quite well against the raise calls. It's sort of a no-brainer.
Yeah. Daniliuk agrees with your assessment.
Now Gassan very short here. He's got the ace. Now he looks at the 2. Ugh.
Yeah, got to get rid of this one.
Sad.
Turbo call from Dalkalic. As we would expect, of course, facing this sort of 15 big blind reshove. And we have yet another all-in and call here on this final table. Daniliuk at risk. Looking to improve with the Kojak. Did see, of course, see an ace folded by Hassan in the big. Great flop for the ace-queen of Dalkalic. On the queen 6-4, Daniliuk looking for one of 2 remaining kings in the deck, or some kind of backdoor straight. Nothing materializing through to the 4 of spades on the turn. Can he find it? Looking for a king or a king only.
King for the king.
River is the 5 of hearts, and we lose Daniliuk in 7th place. Another great run here at Merit. Nice start to the week here at the Dolce Vita series. GG, sir. Andre takes home $4,200 for his troubles, plus whatever bounties he's procured, David. I'm not entirely sure how many he had. I saw him pull at least 2.
Yeah, he definitely pulled 1 that I saw. So yeah, you probably saw 1 more than I did. Yeah, nothing he could have done there. Played it very well. Maybe, just maybe, the steam.
Yeah, might be subsiding from Dalkalic now.
Dalkalic very much 2nd place here on his own now.
Has
very realistic shot.
Well.
Yeah,
has position on the chip leader.
Hasn't pulled his bounty immediately, so we'll wait a moment to see what happens there.
Haidar's a great character.
This poker room just has so many great characters.
أسبنت ضد 5 ضد 5 ضد 5 لا هو أسبنت.
I've just noticed the photograph of Dalkalic in his little circle when his graphic comes up, and he's so happy. I think it was back when he had over $1 million earlier. It's just when you look at the expression on his face for the last half an hour, it has not been so jolly. Gassan gets the shove through.
Pretty close spot for Georgi.
Yeah.
Sort of 7 bigs, potentially just deciding now with most of the big bounties gone, he'd rather maintain his chip position. It's that fine balancing act, right? It's really, really tricky. James was saying earlier, it can be very hard to sort of solve it on the spot.
Yep.
You know, like in the moment, it can be difficult to think kind of clearly, right? It's late. We've been playing for a long time. You know, it's coming up to what, sort of 2 a.m. local time. Can be pretty tough.
No, it's really tough. And actually, you know, having read Dara and Barry's book, so much of it is just about doing quick maths.
Right.
That you're not going to get perfectly. You're going to have to kind of do a bit of guerrilla maths and try and get close quickly. That's what serves you well, is actually getting close fast.
What about the vibes, David? What about the vibes of the moment? Of going, no, I'm not feeling it.
You can't be ignored. Got to be worth something, right?
Yeah, I'm being mostly facetious, you know.
Tula Berganoff in the mix here. King 10 suited. Going to try and lean on these guys with his chip lead. And an ever-decreasing bounty factor in this tournament. It's really becoming closer to a normal tournament with real ICM implications for these guys. 4,200 banked. They're looking to try and get into the top 3 and 5 figures right now. In fact, sorry, 4,200. Better than 4,200 banked. Our bust out there a moment ago received 42. So they've got 5K locked up. But obviously trying to go a bit further. Okay, well, Battle of the King 10s here. One's got a free roll.
Yeah, this could be very interesting. Very likely to see C-bet and call. But Haidar will have the option to take this upstairs. Always interesting to see what happens here. If it does go check call, see what happens on a blank.
Happy to just carve out the 50 for now.
Yeah.
Good chance Tula Berganoff could win this one now.
Oh, there we go.
Well, not anymore. I was going to say on a blank turn, he may well barrel again and Haidar might fold, but now, obviously, this hand will play itself. We might have a little bit of posturing, a little bit of Hollywood from both.
150.
Does announce 150.
And let's play along here. Does Haidar out of position want to get the chips in now, knowing that his opponent could have a lot of, you know, strong ace-X, maybe even 2-pair combos? Or does he want to allow his opponent to maybe bluff again, knowing that from the hijack, Tula Berganoff may not have a super strong range?
Yeah, I mean, unblocking the pairs, I think shove is fine, but against the chip leader who should be leveraging a lot, I would like to call more often, I think. You know, he should be in there with some out-of-line stuff that's just trying to barrel you out of the pot.
Yeah.
You could go either way, I think, and neither would be a huge mistake. You know, we would think there would be pot behind if we check calls, which I think is pretty reasonable. Allow him to be too aggressive with his bluffs. And he's going to value shove anyway, right, with all of his kind of 2-pair stuff on most rivers anyway. In any case, I'm going to chop this one up.
You are closer.
Yeah, if I check, then I jam. Maybe I win.
What is it?
Yeah, I kind of selfishly wanted a blank turn or like a jack turn, one of those interesting ones where neither player would love to see it and might see somebody manage to steal a pot from the other.
Anna, this game I don't know. I think they are playing.
I love Haidar.
In Turkish, trick track. What is it? Because you're right. Really?
Another fabulous summer outfit from the dealer. I saw them getting their hair done, and there was a, you know, obviously there's an array of these sort of summer dresses out there, getting with the La Dolce Vita theme.
You have to love it. Merit, you know, always in the mix. The dealers, the dress up, everyone gets into the spirit of things. Just an amazing place to come and play poker. As we get a little look at the leaderboard, Tula Berganoff still out in front. 68 bigs, 2 million in chips. Dalkalic has steadied the ship himself, and Malyarchuk both in second place on their own. Followed by Georgi in fourth place. Haidar and Hassan on the shorter stacks. The set looks great, doesn't it? This
really
edition.
Does.
Beautiful stuff.
Those lemons just blowing in the wind.
We've just done at my house, and it's the same patterned mosaic on the floor.
Oh, nice.
Ish.
It's good Good choice.
I'm not in charge of these things. I'm not trusted. Understandably so.
6 pass. 8 pass.
Little while before you have to do the baby proofing.
I know.
That's hell, by the way.
I'm gonna ask you- I'm gonna ask
every
you for
single
all the
thing in the
advice.
world is, you know, plastic bottles hanging off the corners of your nice coffee tables and all the rest of
Is it really? You have to.
Oh.
Yeah?
Your house won't be the same for a couple of
My
years.
life expectancy is getting shorter and shorter.
But nice that you're getting in the nice hard tiles for now.
No, it's a laminate.
Oh, is that okay? Sorry.
I believe.
It's not helping us out.
I don't know. I don't understand these things, you know.
بدك تنق وبتنق وتعمل وتيجي وتروح.
لا بتخسر pessimistic view.
Hassan and Haidar continue their buddy cop moments.
The art of playing Texas.
Yeah, there's great banter between everybody
Yeah.
here, it must be said.
No, it's not.
Round to Georgi.
Everyone here fairly long in the tooth when it comes to poker. They've all seen the ups and downs. They've all got the gallows humor when they're the one on the short stack. Haidar, one wonders if he even wants to be here sometimes.
He just always looks a little grumpy. Now, Georgi, a little out of line this for me, David. Not really the type of hand you want to steal with.
No, not the right category. It's the hand that sort of
Into
falls
the chip
away.
leader also is pretty ambitious, but does open the deuces. Haidar decides, does have a covering stack. Something to consider, of course, in a bounty. Going to peel with the Queen 10. Tulip Bergenov.
I don't think he should have a folding range in this particular setup.
I'm with you. We can still proceed, of course, with caution. Post. Going to be a lot of flops that we get to attack.
And theoretically, both of his opponents should have quite compressed, condensed
Sure.
ranges. And on certain kinds of boards, like let's take the ace out of there and make this a 4-5-6 or something, he can almost always win those ones.
Yeah, as it stands, this is going to work out very nicely for Georgi. Finds the c-bet on the ace 4-5. Very likely to get 2 quick folds, which does indeed materialize.
Very bad flop. You should improve your shuffling, my friend.
Give me your thoughts on that trophy, Mr. Lappin.
It's a little disturbing.
It is a little.
Disturbing, I'm not going to lie. It looks like the kind of trophy that really didn't want to break copyright laws. So it's ended up being more like the Joker from the old TV series version.
Okay. When you order the Joker from Wish, or whatever the running joke is. Yeah, that looked a little disturbing up close. I kind of liked it from the, you know, when we were panning over it earlier. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Faintly terrifying.
Yeah. There are companies in poker, shall we say, who are worried about the legal teams of high-profile copyright owners.
Okay.
And then there are some who aren't. There's one very high-profile offshore site which loves to just jump in there with the Marvel comic themes and is in clear breach of so many laws.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Meanwhile, meanwhile at Unibet, by the way, I have to tiptoe and walk an unbelievable tightrope at the moment because we have a promotion called the Summer Games, which are definitely not the Olympic Games, because we definitely can't say words like that.
Well, we will get back to that in a moment because we have some potential action brewing.
We really do.
Malyarchuk with a very strong hand on the button, ace-jack. Dalkalic flops the second nut flush draw with backdoor straight possibilities to the wheel. Can go either way here. Not impossible to respond with aggression. Does decide to just land on call. Perhaps mercifully so. Malyarchuk very high up his range. Turn into 3 of clubs. Pairs the board.
You ever lead on this card?
I think more so on a 9.
Yeah, probably.
We're going to have a lot less 3x here in this final table sort of dynamic than we would normally for Chip EV in the earlier stages of a tournament. Malyarchuk, pretty undeterred here, decides to go for turn value, as he should, with ace-jack. Goes for half pot.
Yeah, it can definitely be up against inferior aces.
Yeah.
9x will probably have to call still.
I quite like it, sort of multifaceted sizing, can get called by these flush draws still, called by a 9. Yeah, does make the call. Can't blame him, can very, very occasionally have the best hand here against a random double barrel. And if we make our hand, some potential.
Question for you here.
Sure.
Can Dalklich find bluffs? Is there any card other than a heart where he actually makes his hand? Or do you think, again, what you said there about him having a modicum of showdown?
On the river, I think it's very difficult to find cards that we can just lead bluff on. I can't really think of any out of hand. Just such a sort of lockdown board that we're really never going to get an ace to fold. Super difficult.
Does that make the call...
Yeah, it's a little
borderline?
less... Yeah, it becomes less appetizing for sure. And, you know, it really sucks when your opponent just shows down king 10 off on the river and we lose the pot unimproved. Really difficult, though. We are getting kind of pretty much the right price. Tough spot.
Yeah, that's a gross one, all right.
I'm with you, though. It's very difficult to lead bluff on any card. Like, it's almost impossible. Tough one.
But yeah, coming back to that Joker,
yeah,
frightening Joker
was
trophy.
quite disturbing.
It is more reminiscent of the Batman Joker from the TV show, but I'm sure again we're not in breach of copyright, and it's just a random clown Joker type generic character.
Absolutely.
Certainly doesn't resemble the current movie franchise.
Speaking of Jokers, we've been loving Haidar's dry humor throughout.
I love this guy.
Me too.
He could be the Penguin.
Yeah, he could. Interesting here. Goes for 3x, shade over with pocket jacks. Actually not a big fan of this. In terms of Hassan here has 5 blinds, 5.5 blinds. Like, we really want him to defend here with, you know, 2 undercards like we see he has here. We want him to defend, flop a pair, you know, we pick up a bounty, maybe pick up another couple of grand or so. But gets it done.
Yeah, could not agree more.
Also, you know, when you just min, you give Tulip Bergenov and Dalkinic, aggressive players behind you, the chance, you know, to put you all in with, you know, some hands that may just fold to a 3x that we do very well against. Haidar isn't really bothered, though. He's just chilling with his whiskey.
He's loving life.
Is it a whiskey? Some kind of a cocktail?
Yeah, maybe a little old-fashioned, maybe.
Yeah. There we go. You're always more cultured than me.
Well, I do. Well,
you always just know. You always know.
It could be apple juice for all I know. Let's be honest.
Well, how'd you like these apples? Pocket 9s. Tulip Bergenov. 60k. Dalkilic. Interesting spot. Is the type of hand that we can attack the chip leader with. Plug it into the 3-bet fold range, and he does go for it. I like how he goes. I like how he gets after it. He's gone huge, though.
Is this bananas?
It's too big for me. Did I miss a reference?
How'd you like them apples?
Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm too slow. It's too late in the evening. This is bananas, Mr. Lapin. I think it's a little too large here, like 8.5 blinds over a min raise in position. Tulip Bergenov, let's see if he can sniff this out. I mean, is our opponent really going this large in position here with a real hand? Doubtful.
I think you've just too much hand.
Yeah.
Careful. Careful, he says, as the call comes in. Wow, this is going to get interesting.
Would have been tempted here just to send it myself for sort of 30 bigs.
Same.
Well, it's going to backfire. Ace, Jack 3, all clubs. Dalkilic comes up smelling of roses so far. Looks like 200k. Pocket 9s here, no club. Really nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's a cherry-picked flop.
Very nice.
For Dalglish.
Loving the fruit references.
And Chudbergenov, keenly aware, I think, that like both a lot of the strong part of the range and the weak part of the range contain an ace.
Sure.
Actually, he's been outflopped most of the time if he wasn't already behind.
What did he show? What did
If I sit here, I only pair is pair.
We didn't show the other.
Dalglish does love a post-mortem where he tells his opponent he played poorly there.
Played the hand very badly, yeah.
Okay, a little bit weight, my friend.
شايف لو يرجع له اولين دفع له.
ده بده يدفع له.
Pre-flop.
I'm just loving the fact that Haidar has not released that glass for a single moment since its arrival.
To
be fair, the cocktails are very good here.
Do you like a whiskey?
I'm not a big whiskey fan, but I know, I've had it for years. But me, yourself, and James, you know, we've had many a wee chilled cocktail.
Oh yeah. I spent the entire COVID lockdowns couching my alcoholism in mixology. This was...
Thank God for the vaccine, it saved you, brought you back to sobriety.
Yeah.
Now then, Haidar, pocket eights. 20 big blinds against an aggressive chip leader.
I feel like we're going to see a passive play here, but it absolutely should be a shove.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think we just want to send this one in there. Does decide to just call.
He treads lightly, does Haidar. Likes to see a flop, likes to feel good about his hand at a later point in the hand. Well, the upside is he will get away here, having only invested one more big blind.
King 10 again. King 10.
Aces.
Ace 10.
Aces.
Aces. Yeah, it's going down.
You just drink your whiskey.
If I go all in pre-flop, you call?
Maybe I go out.
We're getting a post-mortem during the hand.
Mistake. My mistake.
Well, you know, recognizing that he probably did make a small error there, Haidar. In fairness, he realized it after the fact. Respect for a man who immediately just goes, oh, I think I messed that one up.
Yeah.
Poker is full of people looking for retrospective justifications for poor play. Not that many poker players willing to, within seconds, actually before they've even folded the hand, to go, oh, I botched this one.
I've absolutely dusted.
Breath of fresh air here.
He really is. He really is. Very much enjoyed watching him so far. Very easy man to root for. They all are, to be fair. It's been played in a great spirit, this final table.
Yeah, it is like a home game almost.
It is, yeah.
With the exception of Dalglish, who's there going, no, you played that badly. No, you're playing your hand wrong too.
Should have shoved, should have folded. What are you doing? Wow, okay. Jack 4 of hearts. Dalglish getting after it. Wonder if potentially with some eyes on that small stack of Hassan.
Yeah, I think so, probably.
This is very wide. Now, Georgi, we know...
He's having none of it here.
Very experienced, 21 blinds, small pay jumps.
I think Haidar has actually looked at his hand, and Georgie definitely had a little glance to his left to try and get that extra info.
Always a big fan of Georgi in these spots. Just knows. Let's just send this in. We have a hand that wants to shove. Next hand, please. Well played.
Yeah, gold finger.
Yeah, he's a bully in the way that you need to be at the poker table. He bosses situations so nicely.
Yeah, exactly like him.
He's very decisive. We didn't love that twos open, but he followed through and he still figured it out.
Yeah, if you're willing to take these thin spots and follow up aggressively, only way to be successful is to have both in tandem. Gets it done. I was about to say there, does Georgi play anywhere else? But I do remember he went on a tear in Vegas, right, from memory. Had those famous winners pictures where he looked very grumpy all the time. He's actually a very fun character, right?
Totally.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen him miss a series here from memory.
Is he finally going to pull this bounty from half an hour ago? I think he is.
He needs to go and find his friend who pulled the big one. Round 2, Malyarchuk, 7-8 off in the small. Limp pot here. Tulip Berganov does check behind with the suited queen. Through to the ace 9-9. Malyarchuk, we're going to check. Potentially go for a little delayed bluff. Or improve to 2 pairs on the 8 of diamonds.
I was going to say, does the delayed bluff become an equity denier? But it looks like it may have gone check quickly again. Or,
yeah, I think the dealer has missed it potentially.
Or possibly it went so fast that we missed it and we're just waiting for the graphics to catch up.
Ah.
Yeah, I think that might be what's happened. I do like an equity denier here. Very small, like absolute minimum.
Sure.
But I do like a 30k bet. Confirmation that it did go check. Oh, wait. And now we've a 9 on the turn.
Yeah, it was ace 9-9-8 for sure.
Okay, so we flip. Oh, it's getting a bit confusing. Now we've another 8 on the river. Okay, well, so we think it's ace 9-9-8-8, correct?
I think so.
Okay. And now Malyarchuk just going to stab here, hope that his opponent would call for a chop, which you would presume he would.
Yeah, very interesting. If it indeed did run out 8-8, wouldn't expect the queen high to fold river as played. Does let it go.
Yeah, not 100% that was all the cards that we saw.
Sure.
But yeah.
He's been quite passive with the chip lead so far, Tulip Berganov. And we saw him decline the opportunity to 4-bet rip the 9s. A few other spots, sort of just content to tick along.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think he's playing sort of in a style where he just wants to lock up top 3 maybe before making any more outlandish moves.
Sure.
Obviously was very fortunate there about 45 minutes to an hour ago with the ace-king against the kings.
Yeah, what a hand that was.
Yeah.
Right, Hassan finds a hand right on cue. Ace-jack, shade over 5 blinds, sends it in, 6-handed.
Can you help me? I show you my cards and you tell me if I cannot.
I thought you're gonna protect me.
Mama, Airy.
Here we go, round to Dalkalic in the big, finds an ace. Very unfortunate here to be dominated. Hassan on fumes, gets it in really good shape. Looking to hold off. The ace-9 finds some new life.
9 coming. 9? See.
10-6-5 rainbow. No help so far. Hassan, ace-jack, still best. Three of spades on the turn, so no chops available.
What is it?
Dalkalic looking for one of the remaining 9s in the deck. Doesn't find it on the 8 of spades river. Big double up for Hassan.
7-4.
Я понял.
I had 7-4 offsuit. I cannot call because if I call, you jam.
Yes.
Anyway, you jam.
Let's do an ICM. What do you think? Huh?
Okay, no problem.
You do ICM? ICM over 6.
ما راح يقبلوا لأنا أطلع.
Поделить? No.
What? You said no?
As Hassan finds that double up and we continue here 6-handed. Just a reminder for anyone just joining us, this is the final table of the Joker Mystery Bounty. 6 players remaining. All 6 with 5,100 locked up
because they did not
to $100, all the way up to that $26,000 first place prize. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. David Lappin in the booth, we're taking you through to the conclusion of this one. Round 2, our chip leader, Tulip Berganov, on the button. Finds the King 8 offsuit, going to come in for an open. Round 2, Hassan, fresh off that double up. And here we go, David decides just to send it here for 11 blinds.
Too fast.
Tulip Berganov turbo calls with the King 8. Credit to him, decides he is running it. He is best here, marginal favorite. Looking to take down Hassan.
Oh, and that should do it. Hassan down to just 9% on the King 6-5, 2 clubs. Just sort of running cards here. Oh, hello. The door is now ajar. Can Hassan spike this one? He made quite the comeback earlier today, but that will be it. Tulip Berganov hangs on. We are down to 5 players now. Ibrahim Hassan busts out in 6th for $5,100. I think he picked up 1 bounty, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, very nice run for Hassan. Clung on as long as he could. Can't run down the King 8 of Tulip Berganov. We are down to 5.
And we're going to have a bounty hunt. Here he goes, Tulip Berganov.
Do we know what we've got left?
Dealer, I don't know if they are instructed to hang on for a player. I don't think they are, so he's going to wait.
He's going to wait. I feel like Milbutus might have gone to bed. Normally announcing them, I haven't heard him for a while. Action on Haidar. Gets out of the way. Round 2, Malyarchuk. Just very calmly gone about his business, David. You know, he's probably one of the more sedate players at this final, verbally at least. Up to 1.5 mil. Makes it 60K here with the ace-jack of clubs. Dowkalic gonna call from the button. The King 10. Very reasonable.
Cool.
What a flop that is. Jack 5 rainbow. Malyarchuk gonna try and set the trap here immediately. Finds the quick check. Mercifully for Dowkalic, does check behind. Through to the 4 of clubs turn.
Unlucky you.
Unlucky.
Malyarchuk now gonna seek value. Unlikely to be much to be had. Quick fold from Dowkalic. Well played by both. Malyarchuk probably thinking, David, that Dowkalic got a fair amount of showdown type hands, some ace highs that might have to be sticky for a street. A hand like an ace 4 suited that improves to a pair.
No raise blind.
As it stands, no money to be won.
Let's dig into the strategy there, actually. Obviously, with the ace-jack on the jack-jack X, you are absolutely crushing.
Yeah.
Well, when you check there, are you
sure?
Maybe unlikely to be checking your weak hands? Like, in the sense that if your opponent is flatting button with some sort of, you know, decent showdown hands themselves, is it maybe better to just keep betting yourself right away and build a big pot and hope that you have the kind of opponent who will recognize that it's a paired board and maybe float you as well?
Sure, I think it can be opponent dependent in these type of spots, but like we are going to check a lot, I think, out of position here versus like button peels. So if our overall strategy is going to be to check a lot here in general, then I guess we should also check, right, with our best hands and some of our worst.
Gotcha.
It's one of those though, like maybe we can get doubly tricky check turn, like a blank there's no flush draws, 4 on the turn. If Dalkalic has a pure give-up hand, let him start betting.
Yeah.
If he has a hand that's has some showdown but wants a bit of protection, he may bet the turn for us, and we can get a check raise in on the turn or continue the story of the slow play.
No, I like
One of
that.
those.
I like that because I think almost like the worst maybe way to proceed was the delay C bet in a sense. I feel that's the one that maybe gives away some strength.
I think the sizing more than anything as well. He bet like 2/3 pot. So if our opponent, you know, Dalkalic very likely to bet with like an ace-5 suited on the flop, like, or pocket 6s through 9s, he's probably going to bet the flop.
Yeah.
Like a jack, if he has a jack himself, he'll probably bet, you know. So once he gets to the turn, he has a lot of sort of ace-high, some weak pairs that didn't want to put money in, and then if we start launching money in on the turn, it's going to be tough to get him to continue. So maybe better served to find a little
another check,
double turn check.
Yeah, I like that.
Allow some weaker hands to bet for us, and then we can get more money in on turn or river as we see fit. A little unfortunate that our opponent's just basically got bottom of his range and is just pure with the board too, though. I think it's the first time Dalkalic has taken the non-aggressive action.
That's true.
So it's a little unfortunate for him, for Malarchuk, that he didn't go for it. Action back on our chip leader. Suited Queen 5. Let's get out of the way. Round to Dalkalic in the cutoff. Queen Jack off. Blinds have gone up once more. Gonna start getting shallow this one pretty soon. Dalkalic, I believe, 3rd in chips, working with 25 blinds. Now then, Haidar. He's finally put the old-fashioned down. What's he going to do with pocket 3s? Sends in the all-in chip. I like this. You know, we're getting short. It's not fun to shove here.
400.
But we're going to have to find some spots, right, to get some reshoves through against an aggressive opponent. Got some fold equity. Does decide to jam.
Good
Gets
fold.
it through. Well played. Nicely timed.
Very good fold. يلا العبوا قمار. العبوا قمار يا عكيريت. تعرفها هاي؟
I know we're not supposed to have favorites, but how easy is Haidar to root for? I'm not going to lie. I'm rooting for the big man. Action now round to Georgi in the cutoff. King, queen. Working with 17 bigs or so. Now then, round to Malarchuk with a hand that is a candidate to continue. Lands on call, perhaps deciding doesn't want a 3-bet fold or 3-bet call this one. Is going to allow Tulip Berganov to take a peek with pocket 4s. Not a little glimpse there, like not impossible to jam here in my eyes. It seems like a lot, but when the small blind sort of caps himself a lot here, you're against Georgi, who's aggressive, could consider shove, does decide to take the sort of passive route and flicks in a call. Seems to be debating lead here. Reaches for chips and then knuckles it.
Tough one for Georgie here. Obviously, opponents can be all over this 8-6-3 texture.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Probably assumes.
Tulip Berganov just going to protect his hand a bit here.
Sniffs it out. Bravo. And we said he has played quite passively, but more than content to pull the trigger here. Thinks Georgi's going to have too many bet folds. We can see he does have one. Well played from our chip leader. Continues to pad that stack.
Yeah, and once he fades the snap call, he knows he's okay.
Тяка. Я таки понял.
Vamos de Willie is going to start in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the media, please.
I'm going to see that Joker in my nightmares.
I know, right?
Actually deeply unsettling.
Very unsettling face.
Dearie me. On we go. Action back on Malyarchuk. Ace-5 off. Come in for a raise. Makes it 80k from the button. Into Dalkalic. 8-6 off.
He's fairly sticky.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot now. You know, Georgi getting very short. Haidar short. It's not particularly appetizing to defend this, but is going to get in there and does flop best. 22 bigs behind. Malyarchuk decides to take a free one.
You know the time?
Through to the King of Hearts turn. Of course, likely to be better for Malyarchuk's range than Dalkalic overall. Quickly checks through. Dalkalic now with the decision. You would imagine will go for value. Does find that bet.
Yeah, and this bet can get called by
a
variety of ace highs.
Sure.
Might even get called by this ace-5.
Yeah. Does announce call. Very nicely done from Dalkalic. Ekes out the value. Pretty comfortable river value bet, David, I think. When this checks through, our opponent almost never has a king. He's going to bet an 8 on the flop. Going to bet over pairs. Only really worried about some kind of sneaky 7 that checked flop and turn.
Yep.
Well played. Credit to him, he's played very well, right? I mean, we thought there was a couple of really large jams that we weren't thrilled with, but you know, they're gonna be making money for sure.
Sure.
Regardless, and after taking that massive body blow, really has rebounded well. And with that pot, kind of joint second place now with Malyarchuk. Right in the hunt still.
Yeah, very much so. Obviously, this entire final table could have taken on a very different complexion.
Right.
Had his kings held there, he might have, well, Rothel stomped his way to victory and we'd all be in our beds already. But Tula Bergenhoff getting the double up has meant that we have a greater battle on our hands here. As these guys, you can tell, maybe a bit of fatigue creeping in here.
Right.
They're burning the midnight oil here in the Merritt Crystal Cove. It's often the case here in the room that there'll be sort of a daytime tournament which finishes kind of early, which is lovely for the players and go have dinner, 9 o'clock, something of that nature. But then there's also these nighttime tournaments that, you know, happen night after night, and sometimes they're multi-day in that way, which again, players can have their day off and then come in and play in the evening, or they can be sick grinders and just play their all.
Absolutely. Yeah, we did have a lot of carnage early, and things have kind of settled down a bit, as you would expect. Dalkalic here deciding just to send it. Makes sense, Georgi with just 10 blinds. Gonna find plenty of hands that can stack off. 8-4 off, of course, not one of them. He's gonna have to get moving quickly. Himself and Haidar on the short stacks.
Yeah, and short-handed, these blinds and Andy's whipping around very quickly. Not a lot of time at their disposal. A reminder of the payouts here. First is going to pick up 26k. Second, 18,740. Third, 11,500. Fourth, 8,500. And everybody's locked up 6,300 plus whatever bounties they may have accrued over the course of the last 4 or 5 hours. Malyarchuk looking to push the boat out here with ace queen. He's playing 30 bigs. bang in the middle of the pack here, covering 2, covered by 2. Haidar, one of the stacks that are covered, may consider a fine defend here with 10-9 off. Looks like a sort of maybe bottom of the range type situation. I think Georgie has less, so maybe that will encourage him to pass on it. He has.
He's a champ.
How
many bounties
it's close.
so far?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. It's one of those hard to critique too hard either way.
Yeah.
$57,000 was
Relatively small pay jumps, right? Like it's 6,300 at the moment, 8,500 if we lock up one more. And you know, it's 26K for the win.
Yep.
So
that's much bigger.
I would be on board with defend for sure, I think, and just try and flop something.
Good.
As you said, David, you know, 5-handed, really gotta get in there and scrap with these blinds and antes eating us up.
Poor guys in Lebanon, we have no dollars.
Action does fold round to the blinds. Haidar finds a king.
The champ, huh? Take it, yes,
Wow.
Wow, that is a big fold.
Yeah, I mean, now this is too tight.
Yeah.
I should fold.
Like a Jack 7 can get in there. Don't mind a King 7.
Sure. Yeah, you know, there's 100K in there, right? These are chips that we are going to have to try and scrap for.
This guy has 1 million.
A little bit too much respect in my eyes. You referenced it, David, it is late, right? Sometimes your brain can get tired and you just think, you know, I'd rather just have simple decisions.
Yeah, I think decision fatigue is a thing.
Definitely.
And I think when people have been battling away, maybe these guys were playing in the daytime tournament as well. Maybe they're more normally on a daytime sleep schedule. It's, you know, always tough when we enter into the, what is it, almost 3 a.m. local time.
Sure. Interesting here, Malyarchuk deciding just to open the action with a raise into the chip leader. Does go for the min raise. With the suited ace. Gets this one through. Again, Tulip Bergenov takes the kind of passive approach. You know, for the min raise there, I don't think we should be folding too many hands. Again, though, perhaps looking to keep it simple.
Yeah, we might be in for a battle here. Like, there was a time where I think we all suspected this might go bish bash bosh and we'd be finished by maybe, you know, an hour from now. But actually, it's settling in to be quite the battle, 5-handed. Couple of short stacks. If they were even to bust, it just becomes deeper again.
Sure. Yeah, I think when we get to sort of, at the moment where we're at level 23, 2 more blind levels and it will really start to put pressure on. But I'm with you. Not much happening at the moment. Another opportunity here for Tulip Bergenov.
Floor. We need
as we watch Tulip Bergenov decide the merits and demerits of flatting over shoving here. He looks like he's settled on call. Looks like the guys are going to request a cigarette break. A few of them at least are keen, so I think we're going to probably take a few minutes at the end of this level. I think there's about 5 minutes left on the level, if I'm correct.
2.1.
Yeah, off to the King 7-6 flop. Both players whiff. Does go check, check. And both players now with straight draws. Gut shot for Tulip Bergenov. Malyarchuk with that open-ended straight draw. Tulip Bergenov bets 100K. Malyarchuk, of course, going nowhere here. Overcard to that top pair and an open-ender. Jack of hearts on the river. Tulip Bergenov rivers the best of it. Quick check, check.
Yeah, frustrating one there for Malyarchuk.
TV show? What kind of TV show is it? TV show. What happened here?
The rich get richer here as Tulip Bergenov pulls in another.
Yeah, every one of these kind of small pots do add up.
I just feel, I don't know if it'll be before the break or just after, but it feels like something has to give here.
Sure.
Georgie and Haidar sort of trying to outlast each other at the moment, but I think Georgie, while I don't think he can rely on Haidar taking a spot, I think he's probably recognised that he's playing a little snug, and maybe Georgie just has to make his own move now soon.
Yeah.
Not a spot where he can really consider much value in trying to ladder past Haidar here. I'd say he will stay active.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
He's very patient, Haidar, to give him credit. He has played his game well. It's a tighter game. It's a more circumspect game. It's a game that sometimes flats hand pre-flop to navigate post-flop that we might just send. But it's working from tonight.
I really like this from Tula Bergenov, recognizing that he can start to activate some open shoves, and Georgi, right on time, finds ace-jack, dominating the king-jack of Tula Bergenov.
Haidar, an interested spectator of this one. You can hear him off screen. Obviously, he's funking for the king, as is Tula Bergenov. Georgi Shkurukhia.
Jack 10-5 with 2 spades. Some backdoor draws available for Tulip Bergenov. Georgi at the moment well out in front. Blank 7 of diamonds on the turn. So looking to fade a king and a king only to find that double up.
Game on if he does.
And he does, David. Ace of hearts on the river. Georgi back up to 800k or so. I mean, things can change very quickly, especially with this structure. One more double essentially equals chip lead.
Yep.
So just a flesh wound to Tulip Bergenov at the moment.
Tis but a scratch.
48, скажи. 8, да, 8. 360 ровно, а 9 даже блайнд. Ну, 40 сейчас же блайнд. 400 тысяч это 10 блайнд. 360.
6 minutes left on the level here. These guys are going to play a couple more hands before what we believe is going to be a short break, maybe not a scheduled break. We're not entirely sure whether there was a break due at this point, but the guys have definitely asked for one from RTD. And I think at this stage, you'll probably agree with me here, Andrew, the players should just sort of get what they want as long as it's somewhat reasonable.
Yeah, agree completely. And they're pretty good with it here at Merit, you know, for the most part, unless we have kind of streaming restrictions from our end. Normally I allow the players to sort of write their own script, as they should. Tulip Bergenov here finds pocket sixes in the cutoff. More than strong enough.
Does he potentially have a clunky shove? I'm not sure of the exact stacks behind.
I think Dalkinich has 30 blinds on the button. Well, Georgi with 20. I mean, you certainly could, I think, actually. It's kind of close.
Yeah, I think if Dalkinich had like 25, you'd be happy enough to do it.
Yeah, potentially thinking to himself that he can raise call Georgi, potentially. It's not exactly fun for 20 blinds.
No.
With a hand like sixes.
But in Georgie, he definitely has a candidate who will go with all the wheel aces.
That's it.
Oh, look at Georgie's instincts. Razor sharp there. That was a genuine spot. And a spot I'm sure he's taken in the past. But just spider senses seem to be working.
It does get away from it. Haidar does defend with the queen 3 of clubs.
Worth noting a little adjustment by Tula Bergenov to go 2.5
yeah,
there
I hadn't
as well.
actually noticed it. Well, here we go.
Oh, well, this is going in. Queen 3 suited a lot of hand. He might even take the initiative himself here with the stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Might just send this in, feeling like he can always get the ace kings and ace queens to fold.
Yeah, quite like it.
And
he has done it, David. You've called it.
And it's a little wonky for Tula Bergenhoff, who obviously has the backup of the gutter, and he has also got a club in hand, but, you know, he's up against probably the tightest guy.
Sixes. I have so many outs.
Looks like it has gone in. Tula Bergenhoff makes the cry call. We are going to the races.
Yeah, big old pot, 1 million in the middle. If Haidar can get there, he's right in the hunt for this title. And look at this, 4 of clubs, I believe. Does get there on the turn.
7 doesn't make straight.
Straight flash make it.
She's trying to give Haidar a little sweat there. Not see the funny side of it.
We need to stop the movie.
What a man. Finds a huge double up. And just wants a cigarette break.
Stop the movie.
That's all he wants. Stop the movie, baby.
We're going to have to use that this week here. I'm writing that down. Stop the movie is going to be our catchphrase of the week, I think.
Oh, brilliant stuff.
Life is good. Allah, life is good.
Life is sweet.
After this level,
Haidar, 1 million in chips. Tulip Bergenhoff down to 1.6. All of a sudden, kind of everyone, right? Georgi has 800, 1 million Haidar, I believe 1.3, and 1.2 for Dalicic and Mariachuk. And Tulip Bergenhoff all of a sudden, 40 big blinds, still in the chip lead, but not by much.
Yeah, this is great for the spectators that it's sort of squeezing together here.
Yeah, always interesting when bottom of the totem pole can take the chip lead with a double. Well, hello, Dalkalic finds the bullets in the cutoff.
Are we gonna have a break now, huh?
Makes it 80K. Haidar here. Did see him make the clubs work a moment ago.
Well, if he gets out of line here, he'll be on a permanent break in this tournament.
Does find the correct laydown. Malyarchuk here. These are the dicey ones in my eyes, David. Now that the stacks have all condensed like this, like to see fold here pre-flop, not just because Dalkalic has aces. This can get real dicey. Mercifully so far, not much working for him on the 8 deuce deuce, but look at this from Dalkalic. Finds a lovely little deception check.
Really was a nice check.
This is lovely stuff.
Recognizing that a lot of the 2x wouldn't be in there anyway, and he's only got one target card. Let's let another one peel off.
Yeah. And
lovely check. Dalkalic has played very well. I know we kind of took the mickey out of his response to taking that bad beat earlier, but he has actually played very, very well.
And this is really intriguing. Malyarchuk has bombed it here on the turn. Would love to see the continue of the slow play, and it looks like it's coming. Real dicey. Big river coming here for Malyarchuk. Kind of needs this board to get wetter, and it doesn't. 5 of spades. May believe his 6 is good and worth potentially another value bet.
Now, interestingly, he has the ace of spades and ace of diamonds, so the 2 ace-2 combos are possible. It's the only thing.
I think when our opponent just bombs turn and checks river, you're very comfortable here.
Yeah.
And Malyarchuk, this is tough, David. You know, if our opponent doesn't have a slow play like this, going to be a lot of brick diamond combos. So the problem with that, right, a hand like a 9-10 of diamonds, Jack-10 of diamonds, surely it just bets the flop, right?
Yeah.
So these spots get very tricky very quickly.
Yeah, I think Malyarchuk might be able to piece this together as an overpair now.
Yeah, well done.
Very good.
Very well
Very
done.
good from both. Very good from both. Very good standard here
Very
at
nice
this final
hand.
table. We are being treated to an excellent final table. This might be a side event, guys, but we are really seeing some good poker tonight.
Yeah, great hand, very nicely done from Dalkalic. And back into close to the chip lead. I believe we're going to take a very short break now. Guys, join us. We'll be back in around about 7 minutes.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely. Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good.
As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Well, we have witnessed bountiful poker action tonight at the Merrick Crystal Cove in beautiful Crinny in North Cyprus, as envelopes have revealed a myriad of outcomes for these Bounty Hunters. I'm David Lavin alongside James Dempsey, and we are here to bear witness to the end game of what has been an engrossing side event. Is Georgi Shulukhia on the comeback trail? Will Tulip Bergenhoff romp home to victory? All will be revealed over the course of the next couple of hours. Dalkilic, who has played tremendously well, it must be said, and was very unlucky, very much in the mix, as is Haidar, who has been wily yet circumspect. Malyarchuk, possibly the person in this tournament who has benefited most from the format. Bounties galore for him in the early going. Not so much on this final table, but it's been very, very tasty affair for him regardless. Handshakes all round as these guys aware that they are entering into the latter stages of this. Still some bounties on the line, and one feels as though there is still some bounty madness afoot. James Dempsey, who do you fancy?
15,000. 15,000.
I fancy you, of course.
Wow.
Very fetching in that blue shirt.
I think it brings out my eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, catch me up to speed.
Well, Georgi Shulukhia has boshed his way back.
Oh, boshed his way back into it.
Yeah, he really has. Malyarchuk has been a little quiet, it must be said. Dalkilic has also been very active and has actually played very, very well. He's just going to lamp it here with the King-Queen suited. I think he's going to get this one through. Oh no, Malyarchuk's going to take a stand here with the ace-5 off. And he's right. King-Queen suited, obviously sensing maybe a dynamical shift here. 20 bigs, felt like it was a little bit much to get in, but we're gambling now. Bounties on the line.
Here we go. So yeah, I'm completely in the dark with what's gone on. So I see 5 left, apologies. All the big bounties are gone though, right? So we're not looking...
We've got one, maybe 5K, and then we've got the small one, something like that. They're definitely a small factor in the rest of this tournament. Here we go. Clubs for the King-Queen suited of Dalkilic.
I fold ace-5. Huh? Ace-5.
A suspenseful pause before we see the 4 of spades on the turn. Dalkilic still drawing very, very live here. Any king, any queen, any club. Dealer, what have you got for us?
Nothing.
The 4 of hearts, an anticlimactic end. Not for Malyarchuk though, who's going to be very happy with the 2.2 million.
What happened?
And pretty much joint chip leader now.
Malyarchuk, of course, the man who's, what, scored 57K in bounties?
Yeah, no, extraordinary.
Like more than first prize and the largest bounty combined. Kind of absurd.
Yeah, that is absurd. And if you can lock up first place now.
Because it was, Georgi got the 30K, right? Obviously, is that right?
That's right, Georgi did get, yeah.
Life is good.
So he can obviously win a lot of money, but it's hard to imagine anyone could win more than this man who's already just locked up 57K and
plus 5th place money at least.
Right.
And now looking like very, very strongly like, in fact, top 3 money.
Right. It's...
How many?
975.
So all the chips in this particular 2-shot of the frame here. Dalkilic going to be left with about 7 or 8 bigs, I feel.
No problem.
Tulip Bergenhoff and Malyarchuk with,
So it is 13 or 12 for me.
I think, about 75% of the chips in play between the two of them. So 3 short stacks.
$7,000. Wallah, it's good.
Georgi obviously not too short. I think he might have 15 or 16 bigs, but...
Anybody has a time here? Nobody, no iPhone, nothing. You know the time?
2 o'clock.
Is it 2 o'clock?
Does he have somewhere to be? Does he have a bet on when this tournament will finish?
Move. Yeah.
What a character.
So Tulip Bergenhoff obviously still here. Manny was doing some bounty damage in the lead up to that final table.
Congratulations, Mr. Chip Leader. It's not enough for him, the bounties. It's only $62,000 in bounty. He wants to get the 7,000 also. Incredible, ya Sheikh. Which country?
Very greedy. Today is Hindi.
From where he is?
Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan? You don't look like Kazakhstan, you look Russian, my friend.
Well, sometimes it happens.
He looks Russian.
But he Russian nationality. Living in born in Kazakhstan.
Born in Kazakhstan?
Yeah.
Ты в Казахстане живешь? Ну, я живу не в Казахстане, но я
родился, жил и работал.
Последние 3 года. То там, то сям.
As a commentator, one is inclined to just sit back and listen to the table talk, I have to be honest.
Yeah.
There's been great banter out there. Malyarchuk got a raisable one again.
Hey, of course you raised.
A little gambly with the ace-5 a moment ago, but, you know, probably picked his spotter, picked his villain quite nicely. Tula Berganoff. Wow, these are the two big stacks. He's just going to send it for 30. And does the ace-6 suited call here? I don't think so. Malyarchuk, obviously. Oh, he is going to. Well, we're gambling here now. James laid on.
Okay.
Sorry for you, my friend.
Okay.
Well, it's all going off.
Let's go, let's go.
Empty envelopes, right? Well, those are...
Draw. Diamond. It will be 10 of diamond with 5 of diamond and king of diamond.
Okay. Maybe it is, maybe it
He
isn't.
is a champ.
10 diamonds, 5-5.
Playing for a lot of money here.
10 clubs, 10 diamonds.
6,300 locked up for 5th. 26k for 1st. So a lot on the line for this final 5. Tula Berganoff take that big lead into four-handed play. It looks like he might.
Yeah, Malyarchuk pairing his side card here. Needs that to pair once again or spike this ace.
The big bounty man. Can you do it once again?
Good news. Good news.
It's
Jack of clubs.
Look, it's a 6. It's a 6.
Jack of clubs. Jack, but not clubs.
Jack of hearts will do.
Almost.
So Tula Berganoff now with 3.5 million in chips. That's about 70% of the chips in play right now.
I'm 12,000.
I think Georgie is now into second, and we have 3 very short stacks who are all sub 10.
No, no. Отчаянно, да, парень вообще? Вообще все поверил, да? Тут
Уже что ему? Мне кажется, все нормально, он взял. Я домой хочу, домой. Он уже заработал, он за 7 не готов еще сейчас 3 часа сидеть.
You must.
Который еще не точно, что выиграет.
This is kind of, I feel bad for him. He's watching the dealer just grab his chips and match them to the opponent's stack, and he's just sort of slowly watching all his chips. Like, am I going to have any left at the end of this process? I mean,
He's going to have all the small ones left.
My friend, what's happened?
So each of those blue stacks representing 100k.
Whose are these envelopes here that we've just discarded on the thing?
It's empty tombola. I think, have we been raided?
I mean, are there no bounties left? Are there not 5 players left at this table? What's going on?
I'm trying to piece together what might have happened, but I can't for the life of me figure it out, James.
Douglas, ace, queen, going to rip it in for his 8.
400. 5. I have to put 350.
Oh, Haidar's going to gamble too. No, he's not.
Yeah, Haidar.
This is nuts.
That wouldn't be...
There's a big bounty in there maybe could play, but...
Suited. Like my eggs.
Suited like his eggs.
I need that one explained to me.
What part of your body? What part of your body?
Stand by.
Is connected suited?
Connected suited? Very hard question.
You got it?
Yeah, of course. Oh my God.
Anyway, we move on.
Answers on a postcard.
Dalglish. In the cutoff, 10 blinds, 8-9 no good. Just looking at similar stack folds, and Haidar now in the small going to jam 10 bigs, and the bounty hunter is now the one being hunted. The covered stack cooling off Queen 10. Can Haidar hold here and send home the man who's already collected 57k in bounties?
350.
It's just no fun when the rabbit has the gun.
Something like that.
Haidar.
754, so far so good, but there are backdoor diamonds lurking, looming. Queen, of course, the easy way. And that's the only way. The 9 of spades on the turn. Six on the end seals the fate of the man who's almost certainly going to leave here with the most money. A bit odd to say when someone's finishing in 5th place.
It's a very happy man, very happy expression. Maliarchuk wishing everybody all the best in this now 4-handed contest. He has done tremendously well. Do not believe what it says on your screens. 5th place won 6,300. It's much more like 50k.
It's more like 63,000 than 6,300, I think, right?
Wow.
Слышь, поделили, все достают по
You got 63,000, right? You got
a 10, a 20, and a 17, and 63 in prize money. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
37, 47, 57 plus 6,000. Yeah, you got 63,000. You got 10 times what was shown.
Yeah.
Wild.
Virtually a quarter of the prize pool going that man's way.
Is a merit final table complete without gear here?
I know, he's just always there, right? And Haidar now chipping up, he's got 1.4, so Dalglish and Georgi both in the sub-20 zone, almost in the sub-10 zone. And nobody can call. Ship a small one over to Georgie. Another lap of the track for him.
He has more than half of the ships. Wallah, you are lucky, huh?
You are really unlucky.
Huh?
Mr.
Safi.
Mr. Safi, you come chip, almost chip leader.
Not one single bounty.
One single bounty.
Only mine. Mine only.
Yeah.
He hasn't picked one up yet.
You're really unlucky.
I went for a pocket of 7. I should not.
But anyway, good run for final table.
It was a good run, yeah.
Who's this bounty he's got next to him? He's got an open envelope next to him saying he's not got a bounty. Something doesn't add up here.
It's true. There's just a bounty sitting on the rail beside him.
Good.
Dalglish just can't even do it with the 9-4.
No. Tomorrow you play, Mr. Safi? 1,000?
No, I got out to the afternoon.
Who, you play?
I play.
No.
You not play?
Bust.
I busted. I busted.
So there you go. All of these guys did play the daytime tournament. Sort of explains the tiredness. We saw a few yawns in the last frame. These guys are really burning the midnight oil after a very, very long day of poker. Of course, the 1K they're talking about, one of the kind of main events here at the festival, which is a 4-day event taking place.
Put them.
The IPO.
Yeah, yesterday, today, and then tomorrow we will pick up coverage of day 3 of that one and obviously bring you final table coverage. Again, an evening time final table coverage on Sunday, according to our schedule as it is right now. Don't know if that's going to change. But at the moment, our schedule is telling us that it will be a 3 o'clock start tomorrow, thereabouts, And then we will play down to final table when it will be a 9 p.m. final table start. Now, again, subject to changeability.
Третье было 11500. Больше третьего. Я читал.